Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Before we begin, I understand from the Secretariat that a delegation has raised their hand and requested to take the floor. I shall hand over to the Secretariat to give the floor to the delegation on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you can have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the delegation of the United States of America. U.S., you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director General Dr. Tedros, distinguished representatives, friends, and colleagues, it is an honor for me to be here representing the United States of America on behalf of the newly inaugurated Biden-Harris administration and as the Chief Medical Advisor to President Biden. I also am here to represent the scientists, public health officials, and frontline healthcare workers and community health workers who have worked so heroically this past year to fight COVID-19, developing medical countermeasures at truly phenomenal speed, adapting policy responses as we learn more about the virus, and courageously treating the millions of people who have been stricken by this historic scourge. 1 year ago, to this very day, the United States confirmed its first case of SARS-CoV-2 in the state of Washington. Today, in my country and around the world, we have surpassed 90 million cases, a devastating number that continues to grow. I join my fellow representatives in thanking the World Health Organization for its role in leading the global public health response to this pandemic. Under trying circumstances, this organization has rallied the scientific and research and development community to accelerate vaccines, therapies, and diagnostics, conducted regular streamed press briefings that authoritatively track global developments, provided millions of vital supplies from lab reagents to protective gear to healthcare workers in dozens of countries, and relentlessly worked with nations in their fight against COVID-19. I also know firsthand the work of WHO, with whom I have engaged in a collaborative manner, touching all aspects of global health over the past 4 decades. And as such, I am honored to announce that the United States will remain a member of the World Health Organization. Yesterday, President Biden signed letters retracting the previous administration's announcement to withdraw from the organization. And those letters have been transmitted to the Secretary General of the United Nations and to you, Dr. Tedros, my dear friend. In addition to retracting the notification of withdrawal and retaining membership in the WHO, the United States will cease the drawdown of United States staff seconded to the WHO and will resume regular engagement of US government personnel with the WHO both directly and through our WHO collaborating centers. The United States also intends to fulfill its financial obligations to the organization. The United States sees technical collaboration at all levels as a fundamental part of our relationship with WHO. one that we value deeply and will look to strengthen going forward. As a WHO member state, the United States will work constructively with partners to strengthen and, importantly, to reform the WHO, to help lead the collective effort to strengthen the international COVID-19 response and address its secondary impacts on people, communities, and health systems around the world. The Biden administration also intends to be fully engaged in advancing global health, supporting global health security and the global health security agenda, and building a healthier future for all people. I am also pleased to announce today that the United States plans to work multilaterally to respond to from the COVID-19 pandemic. President Biden will issue a directive later today, which will include the intent of the United States to join COVAX and support the ACT Accelerator to advance multilateral efforts for COVID-19 vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostic distribution, equitable access, and research and development. The United States will also work with the WHO and member states to counter the erosion of major gains in global health that we have achieved through decades of research, collaboration, and investments in health and health security, including in HIV/AIDS, food security, malaria, and epidemic preparedness. And it will be our policy to support women's and girls' sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights in the United States as well as globally. To that end, President Biden will be revoking the Mexico City policy in the coming days as part of his broader commitment to protect women's health and advance gender equality at home and around the world. Now, we realize that responding to COVID-19 and rebuilding global health and advancing health security around the world will not be easy. And in this regard, we are committed to transparency, including those events surrounding the early days of the pandemic. It is imperative that we learn and build upon important lessons about how future pandemic events can be averted. The international investigation must be robust and clear, and we look forward to evaluating it. We also will work with the WHO partner countries to strengthen and reform the WHO, improve mechanisms for responding to health emergencies across the United Nations, and strengthen the international health regulation. We will commit to building global health security capacity, expanding pandemic preparedness, and supporting efforts to strengthen health systems around the world and to advance the sustainable development goals. We will work with partners to develop international financing mechanisms for health security. We will seek an improved shared system for early warning and rapid response to emerging biological threats. We will support scientifically robust and ethically sound collaborative science, research capacity building, as well as the rapid share of research results, pathogen samples, and data essential to research progress. We will look to strengthen pandemic supply chain networks, and we will work with partners around the world to build a system that leaves us better prepared for this pandemic and for the next one. And finally, given that a considerable amount of effort will be required by all of us moving forward, the United States stands ready to work in partnership and solidarity to support the international COVID-19 response, mitigate its impact on the world, strengthen our institutions, advance epidemic preparedness for the future, and improve the health and well-being of all people throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my brother Tony. And welcome to the WHO Executive Board as head of delegation for the United States of America. Thank you, my friend, for your personal support for WHO over many years, and especially in the past year. We have benefited immensely from your participation as a member of our regular global health leaders calls since the start of this pandemic. And thank you for your incredible leadership against the pandemic in the United States. This is a good day for WHO and a good day for global health. The role of the United States, its role, global role, is very, very crucial. And I extend my deep thanks and warm congratulations to President Biden and Vice President Harris and to the American people. Thank you, President Biden, for honoring your pledge to maintain the membership of the United States in WHO. And thank you for your commitment to join COVAX and support the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. In my report to the Executive Board on Monday, I said that we must work together as one family to ensure vaccination of health workers and other high-risk groups is underway in all countries within the first 100 days of 2021. With your commitment, we're one step closer. Since WHO's founding in 1948, the United States has played a vital role in global health, and the American people have made enormous contributions to the health of the world's people. We look forward to continuing this partnership, as I know all member states do. We have a lot of work to do and lessons to learn to end the pandemic and to meet the long list of global health challenges we face, but the world will be better able to meet them with you. Tony, we send our support and best wishes to you, President Biden, Vice President Harris, the new administration, and the American people as you work together to save lives and bring the pandemic under control. I assure you of WHO's continued commitment to support you with science, solutions, solidarity, and service. WHO is a family of nations, and we are all glad that the United States is staying in the family. We are family. I thank you. I now give the floor to Dr. Tim Armstrong, Director of Governing Bodies.
Thank you very much, Director General Tedros. I understand that a number of member states have raised their hands on the Zoom platform. Following consultation with the chair of the Executive Board, any member state wishing to take the floor in response to the intervention made by the United States of America is invited to do so at the beginning of your intervention under the next agenda item. And with that, I would now like to hand the floor back to you, Honourable Chair, Dr. Harsh Vardhan of India.
Thank you. We shall now continue our consideration of sub-items 17.2, update on the financing and implementation of the program budget 2020-21, and 17.1, proposed program budget 2022-23 and turn to the second part of our discussion on sustainable financing. This includes consideration of a draft decision on sustainable financing, which is contained in document EB 148/26 Add 1. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/26 Add 2. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the delegation of Austria to be followed by Chile. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The European Union and its member states welcome the announcement made by the United States of their support for WHO. We welcome the new administration's commitment to multilateral diplomacy and international alliances. The European Union looks forward to working closely with the United States to strengthen the United States' ability to address global challenges. It is time to renew joint EU-US efforts aimed at strengthening as well as reforming international organizations such as the World Health Organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austria. I would now like to invite Chile to be followed by Finland. Chile, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Tim.
La delegación de Chile da la
The delegation
bienvenida
of
al
Chile
anuncio hecho por Estados
welcomes the
Unidos
announcement made by the United
referido
States
a su permanencia en la Organización Mundial
and
de la
the fact
Salud.
that it will remain
La
within the
crisis sanitaria
WHO.
y socioeconómico
The
generada
socioeconomic and
por la
health
pandemia
crises
COVID-19
generated by
requiere el trabajo coordinado y
COVID-19
conjunto de
and
todos
the
los actores
pandemic
del sistema
have been a
internacional.
challenge for the whole of the
Durante esta
international
sesión del
system.
Consejo Ejecutivo
During the
se ha dicho en
CB,
reiteradas ocasiones que la
we've
única
heard
forma de
on a
superar
number of
esta
occasions that
pandemia
the
y
only way
otras
of
emergencias de
overcoming
internacional
this and
que
other
pueden
international health
en el futuro
emergencies
es sumando
in
los
the future
esfuerzos de todos.
is
De
by
mismo modo,
pooling
es evidente el rol
our
fundamental del
efforts.
liderazgo que le
We've
corresponde a
underscored
la
the
OMS
fundamental
en esta
leadership
tarea,
role of the
por
WHO,
lo que la renovación del compromiso de Estados Unidos con la
and so the
organización
renewed commitment of
implica
the
también la
United States to
voluntad
this
de todos los
organization
estados, parte de buscar a través del multilateralismo
is
las herramientas
important. They've
necesarias
also
para no
renewed their commitment to
solo para la
multilateralism.
pandemia, sino también para el logro de la cobertura sanitaria universal a
And
nivel
I
global.
think all states
Finalmente,
share that commitment as well as the
Estados
commitment to
Unidos a
extending
sumarse a la
universal health
iniciativa
coverage.
de nuestro país, que junto con otros países estamos trabajando para entregar
We and other countries in the region
concretas para fortalecer
have been
la actual normativa
working
vigente.
hard to respect
Modificaciones y
the
actualizaciones,
current
considerando la experiencia que hemos vivido en la
IHR
actual
and
pandemia, fortaleciendo
we've
la actual
been trying to draw
arquitectura
lessons from the
mundial
experience of this
global.
pandemic to
Asimismo,
improve the way in which we deal with
a
these
los
challenges in the
esfuerzos
future.
para llevar a
So
cabo
I
el desempeño
encourage
del
all to
crecimiento
pool our efforts
saludable de la mejor manera posible.
so
Muchas
that
gracias,
we
señor.
can do this as best as possible. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. I would now like to invite the delegation of Finland to be followed by Gabon. Finland, you have the floor.
Chair, Finland aligns with a statement delivered on behalf of the EU and its member states. We welcome the continued cooperation with the United States in the context of WHO and global health. Strong multilateral cooperation is critical in responding to one of the most severe crises of our time, in strengthening our future preparedness and response capacities, and in promoting the health and well-being in our population. The support, expertise, and engagement of the United States are highly valued, and we work towards working together for global health and health security. Considering the proposed stepwise approach to developing solutions of WHO sustainable finance, we feel that it is necessary to reconsider the proposal criteria to establish open-ended working group for the first phase of the process. Based on previous experience into government negotiations, would like to ask, would it not make more
My
sense?
apologies, but the interpreters are unable to follow the speaker.
Okay.
We apologize, there are some small technical issues. There is an echo. Our colleagues will try to regulate. Maybe we can go to Gabon and we will come back to you after the delegation of Gabon has spoken.
Okay.
Gabon, you have the floor. Thank you, Finland.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Gabon has the honor of speaking on behalf of the 47 member states of the African region of the WHO. We welcome the announcement that has been made by the United States to continue its commitment to cooperation within the WHO. The African region would like to speak on this agenda item with regard to sustainable financing. We would like to thank the Secretariat for this report, which highlights the current financing model for the program budget and the level of financing, which is of course characterized by limited assessed contributions and flexible funding with all the issues that arise from that. The COVID-19 pandemic has allowed us to see the discrepancy which exists between the expectations of our organization and what it can actually do with the resources and the capacity available to it. This situation demonstrates the low level of funding that has been given to the priority areas which are underfinanced, such as non-communicable diseases and health emergencies. Chairperson, we are concerned with the ability to reach the Sustainable Development Goals and the triple billion targets for the 13th General Program of Work, 2019-2023. We would like to underscore that sustainable financing is essential for health security of the entire world and is a major challenge to be faced by our organization, whose mission is to promote health and preserve health safety, particularly for those who are the most vulnerable. We recognize the pertinence of the 4 strategic areas of intervention under the execution of the budget program of 2022-2023. In this regard, we believe that the date which has been given for the triple billion targets to be postponed to 2025 would allow us to re-examine needs and priorities and strategies. The fact that sustainable financing is not assured for any more than 17% of the WHO budget seems quite problematic for us, continuing especially the dependence of the WHO on its voluntary contributions from donors. In this regard, the African region would insist on the need to reconsider the preparation that we have for emergencies and strengthen response, as well as to make up for the gap that we have and accelerate progress that has been accomplished in order to achieve those triple billion targets and sustainable development goals. Strengthening sustainability by consolidating health systems, which would be focused on primary health and promoting the leading role of the WHO in the spheres of science and data, is of course another priority. In this regard, the African region supports the process which has been put forward by the Secretariat and also the calendar to arrive at a tangible solution for sustainable financing for the WHO, which requires a rigorous approach and methodology based on questions which are linked to the very nature of the financing sources. We support in this regard creating an open-ended intergovernmental working group. We note this report. We want to have an approach which is dedicated and where everyone can participate. The group also believes, the interpreter apologizes, the sound quality is too poor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabon. Finland, can we go back to you to try the sound, please? Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you. Do you hear now me better?
Yes, very well. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you hear the first part of our statement?
Yes, we started having issue when you talk about sustainable financing.
Okay. Considering the proposed stepwise approach to developing solutions to WHO's sustainable financing, we feel that it is necessary to reconsider the proposal of the Secretariat to establish an open-ended working group for the first phase of the process. Based on previous experience from intergovernmental negotiations, we would like to ask, would it not make more sense to have a smaller cross-regional group on initial options for further discussions in an open-ended process in the second phase? Finland will be supportive turning to the matter during this need to consider the revised proposal by the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. I would now like to invite the delegation of Tonga to be followed by the Russian Federation. Tonga, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, WHO Director General, Your Excellencies, on behalf of His Majesty's Government of the Kingdom of Tonga and the Pacific, we would like to welcome the announcement given by Dr. Fauci on behalf of the United States. We thank you for your commitment to COVAX and your commitment to sustainable financing to WHO. Absolutely, this will ensure equitable for vaccine, especially for countries without wealth, and of course in the Pacific. Honorable Chair, I thank you for the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonga. I now recognize the delegation of the Russian Federation to be followed by Indonesia. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Благодарю вас. Всем
Thank you
доброго
very
времени
much.
суток.
Good day, everyone.
Вопрос устойчивого
The
финансирования
issue of sustainable
является
financing is
краеугольным
a
для успешной
cornerstone for the
реализации
successful
стоящих
realization
перед
of the
задач,
objectives of the
одобренных
WHO, which have been endorsed by
государствами-членами.
the member states.
Для рассмотрения этого
To
вопроса
consider this
необходимо
issue,
провести
there must be
глубокий анализ,
thorough
подробную
analysis and
инвентаризацию
an inventory
программной
of the program
деятельности
activities of the
для
WHO
выявления
to
наиболее
highlight the
приоритетных
highest
и
priorities,
отвечающих
which are in
изначальным и
line with its
реальным
original
целям
and actual objective,
направления деятельности и исключить
its WHO
устаревшие,
activities, and which would avoid
малоэффективные
any outdated or
непрофильные для
inefficient or
организации
inappropriate
мероприятия.
activities for the organization.
Кроме того, необходимо
Moreover,
исключить
there's a
или
need to
существенно
exclude or
пересмотреть виды
wholly revisit
деятельности,
any activities
которые дублируют
which
или
might
повторяют
duplicate or
функции
repeat the
других
functions of
международных
other international
организаций
organizations,
и
and
сконцентрироваться на
instead
тех
focus
вопросах,
on those
где ВОЗ
issues
имеет
where the
очевидные
WHO has a clear
преимущества с учетом
advantage
своего мандата.
in light of its mandate.
Также необходимо
There must
повысить
also
объем
be
предоставляемой
more
финансовой
financial
информации.
information provided.
Отдельно хотели бы
We'd separately
подчеркнуть,
like to
что
underscore
употребляемый сейчас
that the
термин
term that's currently
«гибкие
being
ресурсы»
thrown
в
around,
отношении
flexible
обязательных взносов
resources for
может
assessed
ввести в
contributions,
заблуждение.
could lead to confusion for some.
Обязательные взносы
Assessed
должны
contributions should
расходоваться
be
в
spent
соответствии с
according to
объемами,
levels
одобренными
approved by member
государствами-членами
states,
в отношении каждого конечного результата базового
of course linked to
сегмента
each end
программного
result
бюджета.
of the basic segment of the program budget.
В контексте поиска
Now, in the
оптимальных
context of
методов
searching for an
достижения
optimal
финансовой
use of
устойчивости ВОЗ на практике,
achieving sustainable
в позитивном
financing for the
ключе
WHO,
отмечаем
in practice,
предложение
we welcome
генерального
the proposal
директора
of the
о
Director
создании
General to
межправительственной
create
рабочей
an
группы
open-ended
открытого
intergovernmental
состава
working group
при технической
with technical
поддержке
support from the
секретариата.
Secretariat.
Речь должна идти о
Here,
поиске
the
решения,
issues should
принятого
be
на основе
searching for decisions
консенсуса
adopted on a
и
consensus basis
отражающего
and
подходы всех
reflect the approaches
государств-членов,
of all
что в
member
свою
states
очередь
together,
должно
which in
привести
turn
к
should lead to
обеспечению
ensuring the
независимости
independence
ВОЗ
of the
посредством
WHO
укрепления
and
ее
strengthen
финансовой
its financial
стабильности.
sustainability.
Российская
The
делегация
Russian
поддерживает
delegation
проект решения,
supports the draft
содержащийся в
decision,
документе
which is contained in EB 148/26
Addendum 1,
Addenda 1,
и мы были бы признательны
and we would
секретариату
appreciate if the
за его
Secretariat
комментарии, как это
would
решение
give its
будет
comments on
реализовываться на
how
практике.
that decision will be implemented in
Благодарю вас.
practice. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize the delegation of Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The report under this agenda item describes several steps to be taken on the financing issue, as well as the decision on several measures to address sustainable financing for the 148 Executive Board. At this juncture, we thank the Secretariat for the report. On EB 148/26 report, my delegation would like to highlight the following points. First, there is indeed an increasing trend of expenditure on several United Nations agencies within the last 20 years. We do acknowledge WHO tremendous effort and challenge to finance the approved program budget. At this point, we would like to seek further clarification from WHO on the basis used for budgeting for flexible funding to finance functions such as for leadership, management, data, and administrative and technical support. Second, we agree that there are three practical questions regarding sustainability financing that need to be addressed. A, what should be funded? How much the funding? And who should provide the funding? This is very fundamental three question and should be basis in evaluating current situation. In turn, such question will guide the WHO on how to support member states in an effective and efficient manner. We strongly support WHO effort to continue finding concrete solutions to ensure sustainable financing based on the current assess contribution. On document EB 148/26 at 1, we would like to underline that there is a need for the Executive Board to follow up sustainable financing issues based on Rule 18 of the Rule of Procedure of Executive Board. In this regard, to Indonesia support the decision to establish open-ended intergovernmental working group on sustainable financing. Finally, based on the Director General Sustainable Financing Report on flexible funding and the three principal questions on the proposed process of working group, once again, Indonesia hopes that WHO can support member states in a more transparent and accountable manner to find better solutions for sustainable financing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I would now like to recognize the delegation of the United Kingdom to be followed by the United States of America. The UK, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, before I speak on this agenda item, I'd like to respond to the remarks just now by Dr. Tony Fauci of the United States. The United Kingdom warmly welcomes the decision by the new US administration to retract their withdrawal from the World Health Organization and, as Dr. Tedros said, to rejoin the family of nations committed to working together through the WHO to advance the cause of global health. We welcome the decision by the United States to bring their financial support, their political support, and their scientific and technical expertise to defeating this pandemic, the greatest challenge of our times. We welcome the decision by the United States to join the COVAX facility because vaccinating our own populations is not enough, scientifically or morally. We need a global vaccination campaign if we are to overcome this global pandemic. And we warmly welcome the decision by the United States to again put its weight behind the advancement of sexual and reproductive health and rights and gender equality. The UK is committed to working hand in hand with the United States, WHO, and the WHO's whole membership on these historic tasks. On this agenda item, thank you for the paper on sustainable financing, and we look forward to working with other member states on this process. We have some general points to make at this stage. Firstly, we believe we need to find smarter and more strategic ways of taking account of the cost implications of resolutions and other planning decisions. Second, as the largest donor of core voluntary contributions to WHO for the time being, the UK urges member states and other donors to give flexible financing wherever possible to enable WHO the agility to deliver its agreed objectives. We support the need for a stepwise approach, separating decisions on priority activity and functions from how it will be funded, although we will need to find a way to link these elements as we progress discussions. We can support the establishment of a working group to consider these aspects and come back with some proposals as a way of ensuring momentum in driving the process on this issue. However, we are concerned that the proposed OEWG may be quite unwieldy and lose current momentum. We wonder if a smaller working group with clear links back into the regions, offering opportunities for other member states to feed in their views, could be an alternative model. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize the delegation of the United States of America to be followed by Australia. The USA, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. As Dr. Fauci has said, the United States is committed to fulfill its international financial obligations to the WHO. On top of that, we'll continue to provide robust voluntary support, and we encourage other countries to provide robust voluntary contributions. As we discuss sustainable financing under this agenda item, we welcome the establishment of the WHO Solidarity Fund and the appointment of an executive director for the WHO Foundation. These efforts will contribute to broadening and diversifying the organization's donor base and bringing like-minded stakeholders to the table, including the private sector. The United States also recognizes that the WHO is asked to shoulder a global mandate on a budget that is smaller than most U.S. health systems. Deliberations on the future of the WHO over the coming months should include a clear-eyed assessment of how the WHO can improve efficiency of the budget it already receives, the work that member states can reasonably expect the WHO to achieve within the budget levels currently available to the organization, and a prioritized business case for additional resources needed to fulfill its current mandate and any contemplated expansions of responsibility. With that in mind, Chair and Moderator, we would like to associate ourselves in terms of the way forward on the sustainable financing question. We definitely agree with the need for member states to work together and be involved across all regions in a very transparent way. We'd like to associate ourselves with the statements made by Finland and by the UK that perhaps it would be better for there to be a core group of member states with strong links to the regions, as the UK said, responsible to do the work and provide recommendations, as well as the hard work of building consensus through an inclusive process. We also think that it's quite relevant that we link the conversation that we're having now on sustainable financing back to the conversation that we had yesterday under item 14.2 on WHO strengthening, recognizing that sustainable financing is going to be a core element of successful WHO strengthening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to invite the delegation of Australia to take the floor.
Thank you. Australia warmly welcomes the United States announcement to resume membership of the World Health Organization. The US plays an important leadership role in the multilateral system, particularly on global health. Its contributions to policy and technical advice are complemented by its support as one of the largest financial contributors to the UN system, the WHO, Gavi, and other multilateral institutions. Australia looks forward to continuing to work with the United States and all countries to strengthen and reform the WHO and the global health security systems as part of collective COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. On sustainable financing, Australia thanks the Director-General for the report. We support the proposal to establish a process to develop options to ensure sustainable, reliable and predictable funding for the WHO. In response to the agenda paper, while we support the first two guiding questions outlined, we'd encourage a slight amendment to the third, which is also important for the proposed working group. Instead of asking who should provide this funding, we suggest that the working group ask what are the sources or mechanisms for this funding. This process needs to consider a wide variety of options to improve the financial stability of the WHO. We also request more information on how the WHO will support the development of options and on timing for the start of this process. Chair, we believe the text of the decision would benefit from further consideration, While the decision references the sustainable financing paper, where additional detail is available, we request that the decision provide more clarity on the form of the proposed working group, its scope, work and timeframes. We support the proposals made by others for a core group with strong links to the regions and ensuring it facilitates timely action and ensures engagement of all member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I now recognize another executive board member, Singapore. Singapore, you have the floor.
Of the support of the WHO and multilateralism. Global solidarity is key in addressing global challenges. We look forward to working with all member states, including the US, to strengthen and reform the WHO. On sustainable financing, let me contribute 3 points to the discussion. Firstly, sustainability is a key feature in Singapore's healthcare system philosophy. Confronted with increasing demands and competing resource priorities, our circumstances as a city-state require us to be deliberate and disciplined in designing for and maintaining financial sustainability. The call for changes to WHO financing is not new. What is new is that the world is facing a novel coronavirus pandemic, a crisis of our generation. We are hopeful that the current challenging times will move us towards addressing this existential issue that affects all of us. Secondly, COVID-19 has magnified what we have known for a long time, that the WHO suffers from a mismatch between expectations and resources. Sustainable funding will be required for adequacy, predictability, and stability that have been lacking in WHO's budget for some time now. Lastly, while there are no lack of solutions, what we need is global political will. The world needs the WHO as much as the WHO needs member states. Singapore is supportive of forming the open-ended intergovernmental working group. We note the principle of equitable geographical representation as stated in the rules of procedures. As a member of PBAC and EB, we stand ready to contribute to the structure, process, and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. Mr. Chair, we will now proceed with the member states who are not members of the executive board. And I would like to recognize Canada to be followed by Monaco. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express my delegation's appreciation for the statement made earlier by the United States head of delegation. We welcome U.S. re-engagement with the WHO and the strong commitment expressed to multilateralism, to global health, and of course to COVID response. This is all the more welcome in the context of the draft decision to establish an open-ended intergovernmental working group on sustainable financing, which we welcome. We agree that it is timely to initiate a discussion on sustainable financing for the WHO and to take a comprehensive look at its functions, work, and associated costs. Discussions at this EB meeting emphasize the importance of this work going forward. In particular, we recognize that what member states expect from the WHO and what resources are currently available to meet those expectations. The challenges arising from the current model are evident from the persistent pockets across various technical areas, as well as chronic underfunding of particular WHO functions, including core science and normative work, emergency preparedness, and enabling functions such as internal oversight. The pandemic has thrown these challenges into stark relief. In keeping with the best practice for member state-driven solutions, we welcome the feedback recommendation to enhance transparency by providing costings for new secretariat initiatives. And we reiterate our view that an inclusive, transparent, and participating process will be key to the success of this working group. This kind of process will generate the good ideas and focused, constructive engagement we need to make progress. It is important, therefore, that the process be open to all to achieve this. The working group will also need strong support and guidance from the Secretariat. We look forward to a review of WHO activities as they relate to the organization's critical function. Canada stands ready to participate in these important discussions moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Monaco, I seek your indulgence. We have an executive board member, Kenya, who has requested for the floor. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kenya aligns herself with the statement delivered by Gabon on behalf of the African member states. Kenya thanks the United States of America for their announcement today, and we thank Dr. Fauci for his statement that aligns the immediate priorities for re-engagement. This decision is significant, not just for future of the World Health Organization, particularly at this time when the entire global community is dealing with the greatest health challenge of this time. We look forward to continuing our strong engagement with the United States, both at the multilateral and bilateral levels, in the interest of public health. In conclusion, Kenya takes note of and supports the draft decision point on sustainable financing regarding the establishment of the open-ended working group. I thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. I recognize the delegation of Monaco to be followed by Japan. Monaco, you have the floor.
I thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And first of all, we would welcome the announcement that has been made by Dr. Fauci on behalf of the US, and we look forward to restarting our multilateral collaboration with the United States. Now, with regard to sustainable financing and the proposal for the draft decision, which is before us now, we support it in principle. However, and as was already said before, in the PBAC, it is not desirable to repeat the decisions which we had and the discussions which we had in the past. As was also indicated by a number of speakers, in order to be able to work in the best possible fashion, we need to have a certain number of key pieces of information about the budget, additional programmatic budget info, in order for us to understand what's going on and to have a complete evaluation, bearing in mind, of course, that the economic crisis will, of course, impact the donors and limit them in their budgets. So we need to be able to envisage new means of financing. We believe also that a working group, an open-ended working group, as proposed, represents a certain burden in terms of procedure, and what we need is to have reactive capacity to work, and something that can be set up very quickly. However, on the other hand, we think that it should be open to all member states to ensure that we can reach consensus and to keep a certain level of transparency. Since there are a number of things that need to be set up, we need to have a preliminary calendar to understand, at least preliminarily, the work that lies ahead. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Monaco. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Japan, to be followed by Brazil. Japan, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Japan welcomes President Biden's announcement of the reversal of the United States withdrawal from the World Health Organization. It is of critical importance that the WHO plays a key role in solving global health issues, including the response to COVID-19. Japan will continue to collaborate with the United States and other member states to support the ongoing review and reform process of the WHO and to proactively tackle global health issues, including the response to COVID-19. Next, regarding the sustainable financing, we welcome the discussion of sustainable financing and establishing the open-ended intergovernmental working group on sustainable financing. I have 2 points. One is the role of the EB and the member states. It is critical to discuss sustainability and the predictability of financing through identifying what is genuinely needed based on the review of WHO's core functions. This is an essential role of the EB. The executive board should take the lead and exercise a governing role in guiding global health agenda and the WHO. At the same time, we, member states, should also actively participate in and contribute to the discussion. The second is the need for discussion in a broader context. We acknowledge the establishment of new funding mechanism and wish to ensure that each of the mechanisms is designed to avoid duplication and play complementary roles. Therefore, at the open-ended working group, Japan would like to include discussion of all financing mechanisms and their governance. Lastly, Japan is committed to participating in the working group and offer constructive comments in close collaboration with WHO and member states. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite the delegation of Brazil to be followed by Belgium. Brazil, you have the floor. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. If we could come back later, we are just checking one point in our statement. If you allow me, I would like to check with my mission and then ask again for the floor, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I would now like to invite the delegation of Belgium to be followed by Sweden. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Mr. Chair. Belgium fully supports the statement made by Austria on behalf of the EU and its member states. We too welcome the statements by Dr. Fauci as well as the announced commitments. Belgium supports the courageous proposal by the Secretariat to have an open and principled debate on the core functions of WHO that require a sustainable financing. We also agree that we first need this principled discussion before moving our focus of our discussion on how we finance these core functions. Regarding the process, we are supportive of the views as expressed by Finland and the UK. A stepwise and reiterative process between a limited working group and the full WHO constituency seems to us the way to go, as it allows on the one hand to have a deep discussion in a serene atmosphere to develop proposals while being inclusive at the same time and allowing for discussion with the full membership when these proposals are more mature. We also would like to stress that this discussion should be an open discussion on the full package of WHO's core functions and not limiting a priori the focus of the debate on a limited number of functions or topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I would now like to invite Sweden to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sweden welcomes the statement by the US on their commitment to the WHO, and we look forward to continued collaboration. Sweden thanks the Secretariat for their efforts to present a clear picture of the need for future investments and the need for increased resources. During this EB, we have joined many other member states in pointing out the important role of WHO in these challenging times. In light of this, the discussions on the program budget for the next biennium will be particularly important. Results and recommendations from the 3 parallel reviews, the independent panel, IOAC, and the IHR review, will be crucial for the adequate funding of WHO in the longer term. In this regard, we look forward to continued briefings and a revised version of the program budget ahead of WHA this year. We also welcome a midterm review of the program budget at WHA 76. Sustainable financing and an increased donor base are important key issues for the governing bodies to address in the year ahead. We have heard many member states say that the WHO needs more resources to be able to respond to the health needs and to build a more resilient response to health emergencies. It is important that these are not empty words and that we are all prepared to walk the talk when it comes to resources. We welcome the initiation of a discussion among member states on which functions of WHO that fundamentally need to be financed sustainably. Sweden notes the proposal to establish an open-ended working group to take these discussions forward. We add our voice to those who have expressed concerns about the adequacy of this format In order to advance on this important matter, we believe a smaller, more agile and operational working group is needed to bring forward recommendations, of course with fair regional representation and in dialogue with member states. In the end, the WHO governing bodies will decide. Finally, Sweden would like to reiterate the recommendations coming out of the inaugural Partners Forum in Stockholm in April 2019, with the aim to improve sustainable financing. We still regard the recommendations highly relevant, and we believe that they should be built on in the work going forward and reflected in the report. With the experience of hosting this first conference and of providing flexible core support to WHO and other multilateral organizations, Sweden has a lot to contribute to in the discussion on sustainable funding going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Would now like to invite the delegation of Switzerland to be followed by New Zealand. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Monsieur le Président, la Suisse soutient la déclaration.
Switzerland supports the statement delivered. Apologies. Switzerland supports the statement delivered by Russia on behalf of the WHO members of the European region. And we welcome the United States announcement to continue to collaborate effectively with the WHO and the multilateral system. Switzerland looks forward to working with the new United States administration to strengthening the WHO and create the foundations of an effective international health system fit for purpose to respond to future pandemics. As a donor of core voluntary contributions, Switzerland supports already predictable and flexible funding for WHO. However, we're aware that the experience of the pandemic hasn't only changed the world, but has brought about many changes for the WHO as well as the expectations of it. We understand that it's up to member states to determine their expectations and to look into how those priorities should be financed. This process should address the three levels of the organization. And the question of sustainable financing for our organization should also take into account, at the right time, recommendations of the various reviews underway and the reform process. So it's vital to involve all WHO regions in these discussions. This should be the objective to be able to submit at the 150th session of the EB recommendations reflecting a overall agreement on the essential functions of the organization and a mechanism for sustainable financing to support that. In the coming months, Switzerland will continue to participate constructively and actively in the discussions linked to the issue of sustainable financing at regional and global level. That, for us, will be our approach over the next few months in the context of the issue of sustainable financing, regional and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. I would now like to invite the Executive Board member Tunisia to take the floor, followed by New Zealand. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I wanted, on behalf of my country's delegation, to join the words of support expressed this morning and words supporting the announcement by Dr. Fauci on behalf of the United States of America, renewing the commitment and the return of the United States to the fold and to supporting the WHO. We also highly value the declaration with regard to the participation at the COVAX facility and the ACT accelerator in all its aspects. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Tunisia. I would now like to invite the delegation of the New Zealand to be followed by Thailand. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. In congratulating President Joe Biden on his inauguration as the 46th President of the USA, New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern released the following statement. New Zealand and the United States have shared interests in addressing global challenges including climate change, the COVID-19 economic recovery, and the security, prosperity, and sustainability of the Indo-Pacific and the Pacific Island regions. We have a common interest in the international rules-based order, and she welcomed President Biden's intentions for the US to rejoin the Paris Agreement and halt its withdrawal from the World Health Organization. In light of the announcement this morning that other colleagues have referenced, I would like to, on behalf of the New Zealand delegation, warmly welcome the messages that the US is back with the World Health Organization. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. I now invite the delegation of Thailand to take the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Thailand welcome the USA back to our family of the World Health Organization, particularly Dr. Tony Fauci, our Prince Mahidol Award laureate. Chair, my dad always teach me, boy, how much you earn is not as important as how much you have left in your pocket. Sustainable financing must include more efficient and equitable use of limited resources. I want to use the US as a good example. I used to travel with the Global Fund together with the Health Secretary of the US. I was put on a business class seat while the US Health Secretary sat on an economy class based on their travel rule. This is a real good example of how we can efficiently use our limited resource. I'm not suggesting that we should stop allowing business class. That's just an example. But I don't want us to feel that sustainable financing means more money. That's not always true. Thailand is very happy to support and committed and actively involved in the open-ended working group on sustainable financing. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. Mr. Chair, there are no further requests for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil wishes to thank the Secretariat for the proposal contained in document EB 14826 Add 1 on the establishment of an open-ended intergovernmental working group on sustainable financing. As stated in the last PBAC session, Brazil understands at that moment, any final decision on the matter would be premature and not necessarily consistent with the review processes and member states-led negotiations underway. Under such circumstances, setting up an inclusive and transparent process open to all member states represents a sensible, stepwise approach towards consensus on a matter that is of everyone's interest and concern. In this vein, our view is that the working group should have representation of all the WHO regions in its bureau. Mr. Chair, Brazil reiterates that, from a realistic point of view, The work of the Intergovernmental Working Group should focus first and foremost on how WHO can best perform within the current level of funding. This implies an increased focus on mandates established by member states, further efficiency gains, and more transparency and accountability regarding the sources of allocation and all resources channeled to WHO. As part of its mandate, the working group should also identify credible ways to ensure that any funding to WHO goes to the programmatic priorities collectively set out by the whole membership. It should also be fully cognizant of the fiscal constraints in many, if not all, countries in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic. Before I end my intervention, Mr. Chairman, allow me to say a few words that we are very happy to see Dr. Fauci speaking today, that Brazil is ready and willing to cooperate with the US and the whole of the membership of WHO in strengthening WHO, in leading the reform of the WHO. So thank you, Dr. Fauci, for your work. Brazil is ready to cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Recognize the delegation of the Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea welcomed Dr. Fauci's remark about the United States' plan to reverse the withdrawal from WHO and to participate in COVAX facility. Korea recognized the crucial role of the United States in international public health discussion and looks forward to strengthen cooperation among the member states of WHO, including the US, going forward. And as I already mentioned at PBAC last week, the Republic of Korea would like to express appreciation to the Secretariat for offering the white paper about sustainable financing, based on the idea to address issues regarding WHO's financing and its utilization method. We support the establishing working group to discuss further. The working group should consider all possibilities and conduct a broad review on which areas are in particular in need of sustainable financing, how much funding is needed, and how the fund will be delivered in reality. And also, there should be timeline in discussing each theme. The Republic of Korea will continue to engage in future discussion and to reach conclusion within a set time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no further requests for the floor.
If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions raised. Secretariat, you can have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor, and thank you to the member states for the rich comments. We are pleased to see that there is recognition by all members that the expectations of WHO does not match the financing. We've taken note of the comments made, particularly around the timeline, and we will provide a calendar. Chair, I will hand back to you at this point.
Thank you. As I see no more comments, can I take it that the board is ready to note the reports contained in documents EB 148/25, EB 148/25 add 1, EB 148/26 and EB 148/27 as recommended by the PBAC, and concurs with the proposed guidance contained in paragraph 21 and 26 of the PBAC report. I see no objection. It is so decided. I understand that the Secretariat will take into account the comments made and the concerns expressed during the present session of the Executive Board and the 33rd meeting of the Program, Budget and Administration Committee when finalizing the proposed program budget 2022-23 for consideration at the Health Assembly in May 2021. With regard to the draft decision, I understand that several different proposals have been made in relation to the draft decision, and I would therefore like to invite the Vice Chair, who is present in the Executive Board room, to facilitate this portion of the discussion on my behalf. Mr. Kumal, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a great day for multilateralism and the WHO, as I can sense in the room. So it's also a great challenge on my behalf to try to find a way or to summarize the discussion and the rich debates that we've just heard. I think the good news is that there is a strong consensus with regards to the overall assessment that there is a discrepancy in between the expectation on the one hand vis-a-vis WHO and on the other hand WHO's capacity. And I think there's also a strong consensus that the issue of, or the challenge, the historic challenge of sustainable financing needs to be addressed in a processed way. I think we also heard from practically all delegation that there's a very strong commitment from all member states to engage. There's a strong commitment for a transparent approach, an approach that is purely inclusive. We also heard that regional commitment and regional input should be guaranteed in this process. With regards to the process, we've heard, I think, two main opinions. The one opinion which fully supported the current proposal, namely the creation of an open-ended working group that would take decisions on a consensual basis. And another approach, which was also highlighting that transparency and inclusiveness needs to be ensured, was in favor of a smaller, more agile working group, however feeding back to the full inclusiveness of this membership. I think one point that needs to be understood by us all is that the decisions about sustainable financing can only be taken, obviously, by WHO's governing bodies. So we are not creating a working group, either option that will take final decisions, but that working group is supposed to explore options, recommendations on sustainable financing that will then be fed into the governing bodies so that the entire membership of this organization can take the decision or can discuss, amend, change, reject, and then take final decisions upon sustainable financing. We've heard from some delegations very concrete questions. I think one key question is the time frame and how this can be, how the working group, whether it's an open-ended or a smaller group that would feed into the entire membership, how and when it would work. There were questions regarding the scope. We also heard a very clear proposal regarding the questions that are mentioned in the sustainable financing paper, the idea to focus on the sources and mechanisms of this funding. So my proposal would be to suspend this agenda item. I think it's necessary to revise the draft decision. Certainly we need to have a reference to the time frame. And I think we need to work with delegations to find a consensus. I think it will not be possible in the setting currently, but we will need to work on that and come back to all delegations. I would ask delegations who have concrete proposals to send in their suggestions regarding the process to the Secretariat so we can work on that. And I'll hand over back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumal. Thank you, Mr. Kumal. Now let us move to the next agenda item. We shall now consider item 5, Global Action on Patient Safety. The report by the Director General is contained in document EB 148/6. The board is invited to note the report and consider a draft decision recommending that the Health Assembly adopt the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2030 to 2030. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/6 Add 1. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you can have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair. Once again, we would kindly remind those member states wishing to make an intervention under agenda item 5 to please raise their hand in the Zoom platform. With that being said, I should have the pleasure of inviting the distinguished delegate from the United States of America to be followed by the Russian Federation. Thank you, and United States of America, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. The United States thanks the Secretariat for its report on patient safety and appreciates the attention WHO is bringing to this topic. Patient safety continues to be an important priority for us domestically, especially due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the continued threat of antimicrobial resistance that has a direct impact on patient safety in care settings around the world. It is clear that regardless of high or low resources, a robust and resilient healthcare must include proper infection prevention and control standards and training to ensure patient safety, combating emerging infections, and also to achieve other priority global health goals. In this regard, we thank the recently concluded G20 presidency of Saudi Arabia for their work in highlighting patient safety and bringing together G20 economies to establish a global patient safety leaders group to enable member states to share successes and lessons learned. The United States supports the Global Patient Safety Action Plan, but we believe there are several key components that must be strengthened and advocated to successfully implement the plan. We ask the WHO to clearly define the key health outcome measures that you would like to use for the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. We feel that these could be measurable, meaningful, clearly and succinctly communicated. The Global Action Plan should be centered around achieving these goals. We ask that WHO evaluate the importance of patient safety at the country level, and we encourage WHO to call on all member countries to adequately invest in patient safety, including enhancing infection prevention and control through identifying benchmarks for government spending, which may be publicly reported. We look forward to working with WHO and other member states and all relevant stakeholders, including the private sector, to finalize the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the United States of America, and now to the Russian Federation, to be followed by China. Thank you. Russia, you have the floor. Distinguished Director General, distinguished Chairperson, the Russian Federation thanks the Director General for the report and supports this program of action to ensure patient safety, as well as the draft decision. Bearing in mind the difficulties and the risks with current medical associations, we believe that it's important to ensure a system of quality control as a key part of responsibility to ensure safe care for patients. The Russian Federation has a national strategy for patient safety and for medical actions, which is based on the principles of transparency and openness, as well as mutual responsibility of all participants, which includes a coordinating program to increase patient safety, as well as preparation for medical staff, and the development and implementation of a national responsibility system and accounting system to ensure that any unsafe actions are taken care of. Given the objectives of the strategy and international standards, we're coming up with a national practice system for medical institutions to ensure quality and safety of medical care. We are prepared to redouble our efforts to share our experience in order to have cooperation between countries and work with anyone who is interested in the social, economic aspects of patient care throughout the world to ensure the realization of the objectives before the WHO. We thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you to the Russian Federation. And now to China, to be followed by the United Kingdom. China, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, the Chinese delegation appreciates the DG's report and commends the WHO for work progress made in the area of global patient safety. Our government has always seen patient safety as a priority, guided by the principles of prevention first, systematic improvement, engagement for all stakeholders, and continuous enhancements. Extensive work has been done. We agree to adopt the report on the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021 to 2030, and we would like to make the following 2 points. First, we support to implement the action plan through 7 strategic objectives and relevant measures. In order to facilitate tracking the progress trends, it is our hope that the detailed targets can be defined and reporting mechanisms at various levels can be set up to evaluate the implementation. Second, we thank the WHO for taking into account the fact that countries are at different stages in their efforts to reduce patient harm in healthcare. We recommend that the WHO provides targeted advice to member states and strengthen their capacity building. Member states must be guided to evaluate their domestic situation using coordinated methods so as to understand their baselines before identifying priority areas that need further attention. Finally, China has noted the statement made by the US. China reiterates that we firmly advocate multilateralism and we support the WHO to truly play a scientific, fair, and professional guidance role in global public health. China welcomes any work that contributes to global solidarity to fight the virus, and so that the WHO can strengthen its capacity to improve global health governance. Thank you.
Thank you, China. And now to the United Kingdom, to be followed by Tonga. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Patient safety is a global health priority that deserves urgent attention and concerted action, not least in the context of the additional strain on health systems due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The UK government is proud to have spearheaded key initiatives to help reduce the alarmingly high levels of morbidity and mortality associated with unsafe care in health. They include co-establishing with Germany the annual Global Ministerial Summits on Patient Safety, establishing a Global Patient Safety Collaborative with WHO to stimulate patient safety improvement in low and middle-income countries, leading with Kenya on the resolution adopted by the 72nd World Health Assembly in 2019, entitled Global Action on Patient Safety, with the establishment of an annual World Patient Safety Day. Adoption of the resolution is a remarkable milestone, and we acknowledge the importance of the resulting Global Patient Safety Action Plan by WHO. The action plan will provide strategic direction for concrete actions to be taken by countries and their care facilities to implement the resolution. We would expect WHO to support its member states in the development of their respective national plans, including roadmaps for implementation according to their national context. WHO's Global Patient Safety Action Plan and initiatives like a forthcoming G20 Patient Safety Leaders Group will ensure that momentum is maintained to tackle the truly global issue of patient safety. The UK government will keep working with other member states so that we can change the tide, both collectively and individually, by making progress in the crucial area of eliminating avoidable harm in healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Tonga.
Honourable Chair, on behalf of His Majesty's Government, the Kingdom of Tonga supports the global action on patient safety. First, I wish to applaud the outstanding and global performance and leadership of Dr. Ryan and the WHO team, Dr. Fauci. Sorry, did you hear me?
Thank you, Your Excellency. We did hear you, and we're pleased to say that we can now see you also, if you wish to continue.
Okay, thank you. I wish to applaud the outstanding global performance of Dr. Ryan and the WHO team, DDG, Dr. Fauci, and all global leaders during this pandemic. Indeed, now more than ever, safety of patients and healthcare workers is of extreme importance across the globe. We need to protect healthcare staff and frontliners from COVID-19 related risk through PPE, IPC, and all trainings. For the mass vaccination campaign, patient safety is of utmost importance. Needless to say, patient safety is fundamental for clinical healthcare and could cause significant positive outcome for individual patients. It is a crucial component of achieving universal health coverage and Sustainable Development Goals 3. Each member state should improve its safety standards, and this global action plan will certainly assist and guide member states. Patient safety should guide us across all areas of health. In Tonga and Fiji and the Pacific have been promoting affordable and safe surgery. Tonga organized a side event on this topic at the 72nd World Health Assembly together with Fiji, Bahamas, and Maldives. As a result, in WIPRO region, the member states endorsed the action framework for safe and affordable surgery in Western Pacific region 2021-2030 at the last RCM. The action framework emphasizes redesigning existing health systems to ensure safe surgical services is accessible and affordable to all, and ultimately expanding overall healthcare services towards achieving universal health coverage. Finally, the Kingdom of Tonga looks forward to working together with WHO on the Global Action Plan for Patient Safety and all partners to implement in Tonga and the Pacific in the coming years. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I understand we also have 2 regional statements to be delivered under this agenda item, those being from Tunisia and Guinea-Bissau. I should now have the pleasure in inviting Tunisia to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues. I am speaking on behalf of the member states of the Eastern Mediterranean region and would like to express thanks to the Secretariat for providing the report contained in document 148/6 on global action on patient safety. The document provides strategic direction for all stakeholders for eliminating avoidable harm in healthcare and improving patient safety in different practice domains through policy actions on safety and quality of health services. The current pandemic has spotlighted vulnerabilities of health systems, particularly patient safety in its crucial component of infection and prevention and control. Patient safety interventions, including IPC, must be urgently implemented in order to get prepared and respond effectively to the global public health emergency of unprecedented scale. We recognize patient safety as a health priority in health sector policies and programs in order to achieve universal health coverage. This is in line with the 72nd World Health Assembly resolution on global action on patient safety. While acknowledging the Secretariat's efforts on the development of the global patient safety plan of action, we request WHO to provide support to member states in the development of national patient safety policies and plans in line with the global patient safety action plan. The plans must be adapted to the varying country contexts and capacities in the region, taking into consideration settings of conflicts, post-conflicts, and emergencies, including refugee and displaced populations and other vulnerable groups. We fully support the adoption of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030 and request the DG to report back on progress in the implementation of the action plan to the Health Assembly in 2023 and thereafter every biennium until 2031. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to Guinea-Bissau, to be followed by India. It would seem they're unable to connect with Guinea-Bissau at this point, in which case I would suggest that we move on to India to be followed by Bangladesh. Thank you, and India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Government of India identifies patient safety as a priority and is committed to provide support and resources for the adoption of essential plan and action for patient safety in health system. India commends WHO consultative effort to chalk out the first draft of Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2130. The action plan will help governments, non-state actors, international organizations, intergovernmental organizations, the WHO Secretariat, and most importantly, healthcare facilities to avoid risk and harms to patients and health workers. Chair, India has taken a number of steps for patient safety, showing highest level of political commitment. National Patient Safety Implementation Framework for India was developed with a goal to improve patient safety at all levels of healthcare, improve quality of care, and progress toward universal health coverage in coming decade. An oversight mechanism has been established in the form of National Patient Safety Steering Committee to deal with patient safety issues like personal protection, health worker safety, medication safety, and patient engagement. National guidelines on patient safety are also under development by taking into consideration the suggestion of an expert group. Chair, since increasing priority is being accorded to patient safety, India suggests greater international cooperation, consensus, and information exchanges to ensure zero avoidable harm to patients while planning and delivery of healthcare anywhere around the world. It is important at this stage that WHO assist member nations in finding local and sustainable resolution to build reliable health system and health organizations that protect patients from harm. India is committed to the agenda of patient safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Bangladesh, to be followed by Argentina.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start my intervention by welcoming the United States back to WHO. We are delighted to hear that US will engage fully with the WHO in addressing global health challenges, including the ongoing pandemic. We are also very happy to learn that US will join COVAX initiative and SCT accelerator. This will have huge impact on the equitable access and availability of COVID-19 vaccines, particularly to the lower and lower middle income countries. We look forward to working closely with the United States delegation and others in strengthening WHO to better manage the global public health issues in the coming days. On the agenda under consideration, Mr. Chair, we appreciate WHO for drafting the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. We also thank the Director General for his report summarizing the strategic elements of the proposed action plan. Patient safety is the fundamental cornerstone of healthcare services. It is an essential component of universal health coverage and the Sustainable Development Goals. We must make sure that no one is harmed in healthcare and every patient receives safe and respectful care every time, everywhere. Therefore, as a global health priority, patient safety deserves urgent attention and concerted action. The COVID-19 pandemic provides a stark reminder of the importance of patient safety issues like personal protection, health health worker safety, medication safety, and patient engagement. The report also rightly pointed out that the pandemic has exposed the vulnerabilities of health systems, including in terms of patient safety. We hope that the proposed action plan would guide us to make the necessary investment and track progress across different interventions related to patient safety while strengthening our health systems. The government of Bangladesh is closely working with WHO for the implementation of global and regional patient safety strategies and activities. We have already created a web portal on pharmacovigilance reporting. We have also developed an injection safety guideline. Currently, we are in the process of installing hemovigilance system in health facilities. Mr. Chair, I would like to make the following points with regard to the proposed action plan. First, it would be crucial for the countries to appropriately assess and analyze their situation for identifying areas of progress which can be strengthened, as well as policy opportunities and practice gaps in view of national context and priorities. Second, there is a need of raising awareness among all sections of people to promote patient safety that many of our health systems fall short. Third, sustained multi-sectoral and multinational collaboration and partnership would be instrumental in the implementation of the action plan in order to improve patient safety and quality of care. Fourth, sharing best practices, success stories, and lessons learned in the implementation of the action plan would contribute further to ensuring patient safety through scale-up or replication of those practices by others. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bangladesh. And now to Argentina, to be followed by Australia.
Gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina toma
Thank you,
nota
Chair. And Argentina takes note of the report. We agree that patient safety is vital in healthcare delivery in all areas, in particular in the context of the global response to COVID-19. For Argentina, improving patient safety in the healthcare system is one of our top priorities in the health sector. And our country has published a toolkit for patient safety improvement and assessment in the healthcare system, and has designed and implemented a national plan for healthcare workers' care. In the context of a national safety plan for its healthcare system, we've taken a number of measures and interventions in this area. We also are part of the Global Leaders Group on Patient Safety, which has been established by the G20 leaders. And in the framework of global cooperation between member states, we hope that we can improve patient safety further by building the necessary political momentum to encourage dialogue between countries, industry, and all sectors on this issue. We are grateful for the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. We recognize that different countries are in different stages, and we support the draft decision to adopt the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Australia.
Thank you. We would like to thank the Secretariat for its work on the draft Global Action Plan on Patient Safety 2021-2030. Australia is committed to improving patient safety in order to reduce avoidable harm and risk of harm for all patients. It's critical that patients are supported with best practice approaches across all healthcare settings. Nationally, we rely on a wide range of medical and scientific expert groups to support development of guidance for clinicians and the general public. It is important that the WHO continues to build improve coordination guidance, reduce duplication of effort to standardise best practice approaches. The WHO must also work to ensure that implementation of guidance takes a stepped approach so that resourcing and capabilities can support full integration of best practice approaches. Australia contributed to the development of the draft Global Action Plan and supports its endorsement at the 74th session of the World Health Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. Let us now please try and reconnect with Guinea-Bissau for the regional statement on behalf of Africa. Guinea-Bissau, please bear with us whilst we try and bring you in. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, la Guinée-Bissau États membres de la région africaine.
The members, this statement is on behalf of the African region members. The interpreter apologized. There is a technical problem with interpretation.
Les États membres de la région africaine se félicitent des consultations qui ont été menées.
We welcome the consultations that have taken place as part of the global action for patient safety, with the final goal of protecting patients. The adoption marked an important step in the action at a global scale to adopt a number of concerted measures to ensure patient safety, and with the objective of preventing any harm caused to patients. The COVID-19 disease has made everyone recognize the importance of patients. In fact, the pandemic has impacted health systems throughout the entire world. Other major concerns linked with patient safety exist. For example, physical, psychological safety of patient caretakers. And this has been underestimated. The African region believes that in the post-COVID-19 period, we need to bolster health systems to ensure that at least there are no risks to patients and that health care workers are fully protected, and then we take into account their needs. We must promote strategies and innovative solutions for patient safety and strengthen, now more than ever, the resilience of health systems, given the risks. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, and pleased we were able to connect with you. We shall now give the floor to Chile, to be followed by Germany. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chile wishes to thank the Director General for the report on the Global Action Plan on Patient Safety. We recognize the importance of patient safety, and we support the Global Action Plan 2021-2030. In Chile, we have a national program for the control and prevention of infectious diseases linked to the healthcare system, and we believe that this has been very effective. Since 2005, we've adopted laws to improve the quality of the delivery of healthcare, incorporating a process for the accreditation of healthcare providers, and 100% of national healthcare facilities are now accredited. We also adopted a law regulating the rights and duties of people in the context of the healthcare sector, including the right to patient safety, containing a number of regulations dealing with surgery, with transfusions, with the technical control of health operations. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, guidelines have been drawn up for healthcare delivery providers in order to protect healthcare workers and patients. And we believe that what we've done is strengthened our healthcare procedures. We believe that it's important to step up work in this area and move forward to make the most of the opportunities that there are now to strengthen a culture of safety within establishments, improve the way in which patients and their families are engaged in the process. And we believe that it's important to share and support the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. And we invite all member states to support the Director General's request to report back on progress in the implementation of the action plan to the Health Assembly in 2023 and thereafter every biennium until 2031. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now to Germany, to be followed by the Republic of Korea.
And driving forward WHO's work on patient safety, resulting inter alia in developing a global action plan on patient safety. We commend the Secretariat for having organized a process of broad consultation for development of a global action plan on patient safety. In this process, Germany has actively participated. Unfortunately, the third draft of the global action plan was only available less than 1 week before the start of this executive board. Having said that, it is important for us that the Health Assembly in May can adopt the global action plan. For this reason, and because we believe that the plan is of good quality, we support the adoption of the draft decision contained in document EB 148/6. However, we do so in the understanding that member states can submit comments on the third draft of the global action plan until mid-February, until the 15th of February, and that the final draft version for adoption by the Health Assembly in May will be available at least 6 weeks before the start of the Health Assembly. And we would like to ask the Secretariat for confirmation of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. And now to the Republic of Korea, to be followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Upon the adoption of the resolution WHA 72.6 on global action on patient safety, we welcome the formulation of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. I believe that the suggested 7 strategic objectives serve as great framework for a list of actions to be taken for the achievement of patient safety. Using the action plan as the foundation, I hope that we will approach the patient safety issues as a systematical matter instead of personal one. Meanwhile, monitoring the global patient safety targets is one of the most important steps to be taken for an active progress reporting on the action plan. Indicators such as policy development may be relatively easy to monitor. However, monitoring indicators such as reduction in patient harm may be challenging, as not all countries will be collecting the same amount of information on such indicators. Therefore, these factors need to be taken into consideration when we're collecting data and information on these indicators. One thing to keep in mind is that in the beginning stages of the implementation of the action plan, however, transparent reporting itself should be the top priority. The Republic of Korea is taking multifaceted approaches to implement the suggested objectives. For example, starting from this year, the Korean government has laid the legal groundwork for mandatory reporting of patient safety incident, which in result has increased the effectiveness of patient safety incident reporting and learning system. Furthermore, by designating and operating local patient safety centers, the government was able to narrow the gap in patient safety management capabilities between regions. We are also endeavoring to develop various online contents, including educational programs, brand ambassador programs, and campaigns that could be engaged by patients and their families to promote patient safety culture. The Republic of Korea endorses the draft of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Indonesia, to be followed by Israel.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia would like to express its appreciation to the WHO for preparing the report on the progress of the development of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. We believe that the continuing high-level commitment along with tangible action are critical to improve patient safety. Indonesia has developed an action plan of patient safety through the Patient Safety National Committee for period 2021-2023 then making adjustment in order to take into account the current pandemic situation. This action plan also refers to the first draft of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030 towards zero patient harm in healthcare, with the focus to engage all stakeholders to take part actively in the in this action plan. Indonesia has been striving to promote access to quality health services, especially during the pandemic, as a part of our universal health coverage. As an example, Indonesia measures the readiness of its COVID-19 referral hospital by using the WHO 2020 Hospital Readiness Checklist instrument. Apart from the facilities readiness, Indonesia also strives to keep our health worker protected by, among others, ensuring the fulfillment of personal protection equipment and developing a guideline on COVID-19 management for healthcare facilities during the pandemics. Lastly, Indonesia is committed to improve its effort to continuously promote the safety of patients and health workers. Thus, we support the adoption of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030 in the upcoming 74th World Health Assembly. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And now to Israel, to be followed by Austria. Israel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First, I would like to welcome the statement made by the United States of America this morning. The U.S. has an important leadership role, especially on global health. Israel is looking forward to enhance our ongoing work in the multilateral arena, especially on global health challenges, together with the U.S., as well with other partners and with the World Health Organization. On this agenda item, we wish to thank the Director General and the Secretariat for the third and final draft of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. The Global Patient Safety Action Plan, which is built on 6 guiding principles and 7 strategic objectives, is a solid basis from which we would be able to promote patient safety globally. We wish to commend the Secretariat for facilitating an exclusive consultation process and for incorporating our comments into the third version of the draft. When developing and implementing policies and action plans on patient safety, strong emphasis should be given on 2 main elements. Firstly, patient safety, as well as the safety of the healthcare providers themselves, should not be limited only to physical conditions. For example, besides physical hazards such as an exposure to body fluids from needle sticks, their safety also includes a safe work environment, proper workload, and adequate training. In addition to that, we recommend routine evaluation and intervention of burnout. Therefore, we see high priority in supporting people's mental health, and in particular through effective treatment of trauma, and this should be included as part of the broad framework on patient safety. Secondly, while patient safety plans should be developed in line with national plans and priorities as part of regulation, it is also crucial to develop and adjust the plans according to the specific needs and views of clinicians, patients, and institutions, requirement, and work environment. In this regard, we note that there is an advantage to implementing the patient safety plans by engaged leadership, including head of departments, head of clinics, etc. It is a necessary condition for achieving patient safety. Chair, we wish to learn more on the establishment of a formal mechanism for reporting on actions plan indicators at the global, regional, and national level. In particular, we wish to learn more on the indicators that will be used and how they will be measured. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now to Austria, to be followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, let me start with the notion Austria welcomes the decision of the new US administration to rejoin with full power of the multilateral work of the World Health Organization. This is good news for all of us who regard multilateralism as an indispensable strength and not a weakness in our global work. Let me also say that the worldwide pandemic has shown how fragile and vulnerable our social structures in general are, and the healthcare system in particular. This is also true for a high-income country like what I represent here. But we also have witnessed that a well-functioning healthcare system based on solidarity and mutual support is a fundamental basis for dealing with such an extraordinary situation. Patient safety is one of the most important principles for every healthcare system, and even though the COVID-19 crisis has pushed us to our limits, we should use this crisis and all its lessons as an opportunity for further development and improvement in the context of patient safety. As examples for important areas for intervention, we would like to underline initiatives stressing the importance of vaccinations, especially COVID-19 vaccinations for healthcare workers, medication safety, avoidance of healthcare-associated infections and antimicrobial resistance, and the strengthening of the health literacy of patients. WHO has providing guidance for patient safety solutions for a long time, and Austria is proud to be a part of the WHO patient safety community. We are convinced that this crisis, as well as the future challenges, can only be dealt with by international and cross-sectoral cooperation. We are convinced that the Global Action Plan has the potential of profoundly strengthening patient safety worldwide. Therefore, Austria fully supports the adoption of the draft decision on the Global Action Plan, including the mandate to the WHO Director General to submit regularly implementation reports. Thank you, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Austria. And now to Kenya, to be followed by Sudan. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya aligns her statement with that made by Guinea-Bissau on behalf of the African member states. We note that the patient safety is a serious global public health issue that leads to adverse patient outcomes within the healthcare system, including deaths, most of which are preventable. We welcome the 72nd World Health Assembly resolution on global action on patient safety adopted by the 72nd World Health Assembly in 2019, and look forward to the presentation of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030 to the 74th World Health Assembly in 2021. We also look forward to the implementation of the policy action and principle of the draft action plan that will lead to concrete actions over the decade 2021-2030. Chairperson, Kenya is in the process of developing a national patient safety policy and action plan that is based on the framework of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030, which will be finalized and launched during the course of 2021. Quality improvement programs to improve patient safety are also being implemented in select counties, awaiting national scale-up. We also successfully commemorated the World Patient Safety Day on the 17th of September, and this has led to increased awareness on patient safety of all healthcare levels among the public. Kenya is also at the forefront of establishing a patient safety incident reporting and learning system, and is developing a non-punitive and anonymous national incident/adverse reporting system for use by healthcare workers in all clinical settings. Finally, Kenya calls for WHO to continue to provide technical support to member states for the development and implementation of the national patient safety policies and action plan so as to accelerate the achievement of global patient safety targets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. And now to Sudan, to be followed by Oman. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, excellencies. Sudan welcomes the report by the DG on global action on patient safety and commends the effort exerted in developing the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. Sudan, as a low-income country with minimal resources allocated for health, and where health care quality and safety as a result are not prioritized, faces many challenges with regards to the provision of safe care. The situation is further complicated by the economic situation in the country, as well as COVID-19 and the natural disasters that have struck Sudan in 2020. With a case fatality rate of 6.7, Sudan has recognized as one of 5 countries in the continent responsible for more than 70% of deaths among COVID-19 patients in Africa. It was observed that a number of these deaths were preventable, and as such, patient harm due to healthcare is a national concern. Noting the urgency in executing patient safety measures, which was further highlighted by the pandemic, Sudan supports the Global Patient Safety Action Plan and recognizes its significance in achieving universal health coverage. Healthcare workers in Sudan are working under difficult and challenging circumstances, ranging from financial strains, absence of critical resources, shortage in the healthcare workforce leading to fatigued human resources, in addition to mental and physical stress that providers are subjected to. As such, we stress on the importance of strategic objective 5 in reducing avoidable harm due to unsafe healthcare. With its widely dispersed population and healthcare facilities, poor governance and decentralized health system, Sudan faces difficulty in the implementation of patient safety programs and strategies. Building national capacities at all levels is of paramount importance in eliminating all sources of avoidable risks in patients and health workers. As such, Sudan emphasizes the importance of strategic objective 2 as well as strategies 1.1 and 1.2 and urges WHO support to Sudan in enhancing its reporting and information system, provide assistance in developing policies and procedures, and building strategies to ensure effective implementation. Lastly, with confidence that effective partnerships are pivotal in ensuring its safety of patients, as shown in Strategic Objective 7, Sudan calls on the international community to collaborate through experience sharing and provision of expertise to assist in culture change effective implementation. Sudan reiterates support for the adoption of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan and is looking forward to progress in reducing avoidable harm in healthcare. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sudan. And now to Oman.
Dear Chairman, colleagues, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make an intervention on this important agenda item. I am very pleased to see the draft Comprehensive Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021 to 2030 and wish to commend the WHO on the elaborate yet streamlined structure of the action plan's framework, with its 7 global strategic objectives, 5 strategies, 6 principles, and 5 milestones. This action plan will no doubt represent a comprehensive reference for member states to develop their national strategies and operational plans toward enhancing patient safety. It is also great to see that the plan is fully aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and closely mapped with the WHO Resolution 72.6. I chose to speak on the global action on patient safety today because I strongly believe it is at the core of many other global health issues and sustainable development goals. It relates not only to people-centeredness, but also to hygiene, expanded access to information and technology, innovation, expanded healthcare coverage, adequate infrastructure, and international cooperation. And in the context of COVID-19, patient safety was the main focus of Oman's health emergency preparedness and response through different initiatives to minimize the risk of transmission. Having a wide-reaching network of primary health care facilities throughout the country proved to be an advantage in terms of preparedness and response to the COVID-19 pandemic, as it facilitated more streamlined triage, testing, resulting in lower transmission rate. We plan to implement the Patient Safety-Friendly Hospital Initiative in all hospitals in the country and to raise awareness about the concept of patient safety. We have so far achieved a significant progress in this area. Moreover, We are currently piloting with WHO patient safety-friendly primary healthcare framework. And in this respect, the Ministry of Health has been designated as a WHO collaborating center on quality and patient safety. We believe that significant improvement in patient safety can only be achieved by strengthening health systems in the whole country horizontally and vertically, particularly by ensuring that primary health care services are more comprehensive and responsive to the need of people, and that quality health care is made available, accessible, and affordable for everyone, everywhere, every time. In conclusion, I wish to thank the WHO for their continuous effort and assure of my strong support to the board in the decision of recommending the WHA 74 endorsement of the Global Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We shall now move to those interventions by member states not represented on the board. I have the pleasure in inviting the distinguished delegate of Jamaica to be followed by Japan. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Chair, quality healthcare is a requirement for the achievement of universal access to comprehensive healthcare and is an essential component for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 3 and the Vision 2030, the National Development Plan of Jamaica. Chair, Jamaica has developed a quality assurance framework for the health sector, which is to be fully implemented. The Vision for Health 2030 strategic plan was further developed in response to a new paradigm which prioritizes the provision for quality in healthcare delivery. Jamaica has taken steps towards the development of a national strategic and action plan for quality of care in health services delivery, of which an intermediate outcome is to improve patient safety at healthcare facilities, to avoid preventable deaths, unnecessary injuries, disability, and damaging litigation against the health system. Despite this, we continue to face several challenges related to improving quality in health service delivery due to cultural attitudes, limited resources, as well as administrative and other inefficiencies. Chair, the pandemic has further exposed the vulnerability of health systems of all member states. The improved patient safety at our healthcare facilities will require inter alia budgetary and other technical supports and revised standards, guidelines, and tools or processes. Chair, we therefore welcome the Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021 to 2030. It is timely and provides strategic directions to eliminate avoidable harm in healthcare and improve patient safety, as well as assistance for development and bolstering of national action plans on patient safety. It is our hope that this August framework will lead to greater alignment of existing strategic instruments for improving patient safety in all clinical and health-related programs. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to Japan, to be followed by the Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the Secretariat for drafting Global Patient Action Plan 2021-2030. Japan actively participated in the global expert consultation held last year to formulate a draft Global Patient Safety Action Plan, and we fully support the draft decision. We welcome the implementation of the action plan in each member state. Japan has engaged in highlighting patient safety on a global basis by hosting the 3rd Global Ministerial Summit on Patient Safety in Tokyo 2018. We welcome the Secretariat's report for well embedding the messages from the Tokyo Declaration, including people-centered care and health system strengthening in terms of patient safety. In particular, we highly value the effectiveness of incident reporting and learning systems, which is stated in Strategy 6.1. Japan participated in expert meetings and contributed to develop a report named WHO Patient Safety Incident Reporting and Learning Systems, released in September 2020. Japan is further committed to ensuring patient safety, and we believe that we can share our experiences and contribute to the patient safety leaders group proposed by the G20. Moreover, we welcome the adoption of draft action framework for safe and affordable surgery in the Western Pacific region. We hope that the framework will be a basis for realizing timely, safe, and affordable surgery for all, and build up a foundation to achieve universal health coverage. Finally, we expect WHO's continued support for member states to develop laws, secure budget, and establish sustainable mechanisms for implementing patient safety policies, aligning with national context and priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. And now to the Philippines, to be followed by Thailand. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines appreciates the DG's report on the draft Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021 to 2030 and looks forward to the proposed adoption of the plan by the 74th WHA. To strengthen the patient safety program, the Philippines has issued a national policy on patient safety in health facilities, required health facilities to designate patient safety officers, and establish patient safety committees, supported interagency collaboration for the conduct of patient safety research, developed safety assessment tools, and participated in global events and consultations, including the World Patient Safety Day, Global Ministerial Summits on Patient Safety, and the Wilcon Park High-Level Forum on the Global Action on Patient Safety. We look forward to WHO support to align national patient safety program with the Global Action Plan. The Philippines commits to adopt global patient safety targets based on the local context, priority baseline, and capacity, and to actively engage in formal global and regional mechanisms that will be made established for the reporting on patient safety indicators. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. And now to Thailand, to be followed by Norway. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thailand has demonstrated our commitment in promoting patient safety in the context of universal health coverage, many of which are well aligned with the content in this Global Patient Safety Action Plan. Let us name a few. We enacted the National Patient and Personal Safety Strategies and Policy in 2018. We developed and implemented Thailand Patient and Personal Safety Goals, and we have strengthened the national reporting and learning system on web-based application from healthcare facilities countrywide. Share, no patient is safe until our workforces are safe. In this COVID-19 pandemic, patient safety agenda has to be implemented together with protecting our frontline workers. COVID-19 has brought us an opportunity where never before, patient and personal safety have been a critical healthcare issue. This is particularly on safety in relation to infection prevention and control system. The engagement of all stakeholders in continuous actions on patient and personal safety is still important. Thailand would like to request WHO to support knowledge and experience sharing across countries and regions, especially in strengthening patient safety information system and linking with policy actions. We do appreciate all contributions and supports for the development of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan. We look forward for its effective implementation worldwide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now to Norway, to be followed by Brazil. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since we did not take the floor during the previous agenda item, allow me to start by welcoming the US announcement that they will remain in the WHO and join the Accelerator and COVAX. We further highly appreciate the US commitment to support women and girls' sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights. If we are to achieve our common goal of ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages, we must work together. Chair, we want to thank the Secretariat and co-sponsors of the resolution WHA 72.6 for placing global action on patient safety on the global health agenda. We support the framework applied in the draft action plan. We do, however, suggest to more explicitly identify strengthening patient safety culture as one of the guiding principles. This is elaborated in Norway's comments to the second draft of the action plan. We would also like to stress the importance of addressing patient safety efforts in work on health, safety, and environment and human resources. They will both improve patient safety culture and promote a healthy work environment. The COVID-19 pandemic has illustrated the importance of this. We also believe that an action plan on patient safety with a time perspective until 2030 ought to have a greater focus on digitalization. Norway supports the draft decision in document EB 146/6. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Brazil, to be followed by Spain. Brazil, you have the floor.
When feil sted?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil thanks WHO for the report and for the draft Global Action Plan on Patient Safety 2021-2020. By preventing avoidable errors, damage, and harm, patient safety is a key for achieving universal health coverage and for promoting safety, quality, and affordability in health settings. Gaps in safety in such settings may significantly impact on organizational reputation, personal morale, and public trust, thus jeopardizing health systems. Since 2013, Brazil has implemented its National Patient Safety Program with the objective of improving healthcare in all health facilities. In our region, we support actions towards the implementation of PAHO's strategy and plan of action to improve quality of care in health service delivery. As a co-sponsor of Resolution WHA 72.6, Brazil welcomes and supports the new draft Global Patient Safety Action Plan 2021-2030. We encourage member states to implement it in accordance with their national contexts. Brazil also reiterates the importance of the World Patient Safety Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. And now to Spain.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, Director General, ladies and gentlemen. Spain would like to endorse the statement made by the European Union and the Director General's report on the question of patient safety. My country supports the Global Plan of Action on Patient Safety 2021-2030. We believe that the plan will make managers, clinicians, patients, and wider society in general more aware of a problem which has a major impact on public health. In Spain, the COVID-19 pandemic is, as indeed it's doing in every other country, posing an unprecedented challenge. At the same time, it's overloaded our health systems and highlighted the risk that entails both for patients and for health professionals. Therefore, today more than ever, it's essential that we include patient safety on the health policy agenda as a matter of priority. Through its national patient safety strategy, Spain has been demonstrating its commitment, and we hope that we will be able to embark upon programs to be run and action to be taken throughout the country, as well as carry out regular reviews through which we'll be able to pick up any opportunities for improvement or any problems with our national strategy. We think the WHO plan provides an essential and new framework within which we can progress towards improvements, further a safety culture, promote systems of notification and learning, as well as the safe and effective practices demonstrated both nationally and globally. Thank you.
Spain. Thank you to all member states. I understand that we have received a number of requests from non-state actors in official relations with WHO to take the floor under this agenda item. The speakers list follows the order in which the statements were submitted. And now, with permission from His Excellency, Mr. Chair, I would like to invite those non-state actors to take the floor. First, I should wish to invite the representative of the International Alliance of Patients Organizations. Iapo, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished members and non-state actors, National Alliance of Patient Organizations is an alliance of patient groups in official relations with the WHO and is representing the interests of the patients worldwide. We represent over 1 million patients through our 286 patient alliances and organizations based in over 70 countries and dealing and working in over 50 different disease areas. IAPO welcomes the WHO Director General's report EB 148/6 and the draft Global Patient Safety Action Plan. We thank the WHO Secretariat and its flagship initiative, A Decade of Patient Safety 2020-2030, for consulting with IAPO and its patient organizations on the draft action plan to ensure that the patient, caregiver, and the family perspectives are incorporated in the plan and to have them fully engaged in the implementation. Today, prioritizing patient safety and eliminating avoidable harm in healthcare must be a central part of every member state's COVID-19 response. We need to restore the public trust in our health systems by ensuring patient safety and health worker safety as a priority. To achieve sustainable UHC 2030, our health systems should not extend the critically needed resources, finances, and manpower in expensive and punitive litigation, compensation, and rectification of avoidable patient harm. We urge the governmental and non-governmental organizations to shape and accelerate patient safety implementation in their countries and achieve a world in which no one is harmed in healthcare and every patient receives safe and respectful care every time, everywhere. IAPO is honored to be in official relations with the WHO, and we would like to express our readiness to extend all our resources, expertise, and outreach to the achievement of the goals of the Decade of Patient Safety. To this end, in 2021, IAPO is prioritizing patient engagement and co-creation health systems by establishing our Patients for Patient Safety Observatory to ensure that cohesive and complementary evidence-based patient safety action is taken by all stakeholders. We believe that the IAPO Patient for Patient Safety Observatory will be a critical component in the addressing of the patient safety towards achievement of our common goal of safe universal health coverage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And apologies for the interruption. We would just wish to remind those representatives of non-state actors to kindly limit their statement to 1 minute. Thank you very much for your understanding. With that being said, I would wish to invite the representative of the International Society on Thrombosis and Hemostasis. You have the floor. Once more, the representative of the International Society on Thrombosis and Hemostasis. Seems they are not with us at this time. I would therefore suggest that we invite the World Organization of Family Doctors. Wonka, you have the floor.
Thank you. The World Organization of Family Doctors, WONCA, and WONCA's Working Party on Quality and Safety welcome the Global Patient Safety Action Plan and are committed to continuing the strong collaboration with the WHO. As leaders of primary care teams, family doctors guarantee safe care for patients, the community, and the primary care workforce by managing health risk, implementing safe practices with members of their teams, and teaching their trainees. They are trusted leaders in their communities and are encouraging patients and families as partners in safe care. WONCA encourages governments to invest in strong and safe primary care in support of the health workforce and in health information systems as the best efficient initiatives to achieve safe universal health coverage. Our vision is that the provision of quality healthcare in a safe environment should be universally available to all peoples. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now to Public Services International. PSI, you have the floor.
Thank you. We commend WHO's work on patient safety and appreciate having been able to contribute to this. We welcome the action plan. There are contextual concerns which have adverse impacts on patient safety issues, particularly for patients not wealthy enough to afford concierge care. These include the logic of for-profit interest in health and care. Global health companies and care homes, some of which receive public funding, make huge profits while patients have suffered avoidable harm due to cost-cutting measures in their facilities. Alignment of regulatory and inspectorial activities could ameliorate the situation, but might not be adequate. Cuts in public funding of health as fiscal consolidation measures also undermine adequate staffing needed for patient safety. We thus urge member states to invest in safe and effective staffing for health and universal public health care to enhance patient safety for all patients. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the International Ergonomics Association.
The critical importance of patient safety is being recognized, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. IEA contributed to the Global Patient Safety Action Plan and World Patient Safety Day in applying human factors and ergonomics for improving safety in healthcare. Recognizing that HFE has a central role in the design of safe patient safety systems and advocating for patient safety, WHO and IEA are working jointly to develop and disseminate guidance tools for applying HFE for safety and healthcare. IEA supports WHO in the call to action to member states and all relevant stakeholders in patient safety and encourages adoptions of the following actions. Prioritizing implementation of Global Patient Safety Action Plan in the national context at the political policy level and point of care for eliminating avoidable harm in healthcare. Work with HFE experts to incorporate a human factor system approach in the design of healthcare systems, linking health worker safety and patient safety. Foster technical support and guidance for human factors training for designers and managers of healthcare system processes and healthcare workers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. International Council of Nurses, ICN.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. ICN welcomes the Global Patient Safety Action Plan and is pleased to have contributed to its development. Nurses are central to improving the quality and safety of healthcare everywhere. Having nurses involved in the design and operations of patient safety plans and interventions will greatly contribute to their success. To this end, ICN is supporting nurse leaders from its National Nurses Association to work with ministries of health and national partners to develop and implement national patient safety action plans. The designation of World Patient Safety Day has been instrumental in gaining global attention on the importance of patient safety and crucial for ICN to highlight the impact of nurses in ensuring patient safety. In 2020, it's highlighted the launch of World Health Worker Safety Charter, which supports ICN firm belief that health worker and patient safety are two sides of the same coin. ICN firmly supports the charter and encourages government to sign and act on it. ICM reports review the true extent of the dangers nurses face at work, including violence and abuse, unsafe staffing level, work-related stress, and severe PPE shortages. If nurses and healthcare workers are not protected, the safety of patients cannot be guaranteed. Thank you very much.
The International Society for Quality in Healthcare Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Moderator. ISQA supports the ambition of universal health coverage for all citizens of all member states. We believe that universal health coverage is a basic human right. The achievement of universal health coverage will require commitment from everyone and close cooperation between government, civil society, and the citizens themselves. UHC needs to be based on the principles of equity so that no one is left behind. Access to care is not sufficient. Care must be patient-centered, meeting the needs of the individual and family, and most importantly, it must be safe. ISQA will continue to support the national quality policy and strategy program to enable member states to develop strategies for safe, person-centered, high-quality care. This means that the WHO decade of patient safety takes on a wider significance within the context of UHC. ISQA will support the WHO in all its endeavors to spread knowledge, build networks, and give people a voice to share their experiences in pursuit of this goal. In this time of COVID-19, rapid access to free immunization will be essential in the planning of universal health coverage. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. And now to the final three statements. The World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, distinguished delegates. The World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists, WFSA, in partnership with the WHO Global Patient Safety Network and in support of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan and the World Patient Safety Day resolution, are at the forefront of efforts to improve and embed patient safety into clinical practice. Patient safety is at the core of our work to enhance global anesthesia and perioperative safety and quality. Healthcare worker well-being and health are vital for patient safety, and we welcome the adoption of the Health Worker Safety Charter. WFSA calls on member states to prioritize frontline caregivers, including anesthesia providers, in their national COVID vaccination programs, and for ministries of health to work with WFSA member societies to develop and implement national patient safety action plans that are aligned to universal health coverage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now to the International Baby Food Action Network. Let us try once more to the International Baby Food Action Network. It would seem they are not with us at this time. So now to the final non-state actor statement from Medicus Mundi International, Network Health for All. You have the floor.
This MR statement is supported by the People's Health Movement. Quality of care and patient safety are interlinked and require strong and adequately financed public health system with decent work conditions. The private health sector has to be adequately regulated. We urge WHO to develop a comprehensive document that considers the intersection of patient safety and quality of care before adopting the plan. The plan is silent on the overuse and inappropriate use of medication driven by unregulated marketing, procedure over-servicing and under-servicing in under-regulated private sector, lack of system-wide coordination resulting in fragmented care journeys for patients, lack of regulation of staff workload across the workforce, binding nice to patient ratios improve health outcomes and save lives. We are concerned by the rates of conflict of interest due to the funding from private actors and urge for these rates to be addressed and assessed. Thank you.
Thank you to all non-state actors for these interventions. As there are no further requests to take the floor, I should wish to hand back to His Excellency, Chair of the EB, Dr. Harsh Vardhan.
If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions that have been raised. Secretariat, you can have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before our Deputy Director General coordinates the response from the Secretariat very kindly, we understand that the Regional Director of the Eastern Mediterranean should wish to come in and make some remarks. Thank you very much. And Adi Emro, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your understanding. And if you allow me, I just would like to give my speech in Arabic. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، المدير العام.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Director General.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا جزيلا لإتاحة هذه الفرصة لي.
May the grace of God be with you. Thank you for giving me the floor, and I'd like to begin
التغطية الصحية الشاملة هدف حيوي
comments I have to make on the issue of patient safety.
وعالية الجودة من دون أن يعاني
The purpose of universal health coverage is to ensure that each patient can have access to effective and high-quality health services without having to pay out of pocket for the privilege. Patient safety these days has become a very understood concept, and in current circumstances, it's increasingly important. We need to place greater emphasis on patient safety quality, but we know already, I think, that in order to do that, we're going to have to overcome an awful lot of problems and meet an awful lot of challenges. Providing safe and effective healthcare services to patients is a major issue for a lot of countries, particularly developing countries and low-income countries, and it's especially difficult for those countries in a state of crisis or facing humanitarian issues, especially in the Middle East. We know that 18% of the cases of hospitalization sometimes are a result of problems which arose in the hospital itself or in the way in which care was or wasn't provided. So neglecting patient safety effectively makes it harder for us to provide care in time and to improve the quality of care we provide both nationally and internationally. Furthermore, patient safety is critical in situations of crisis and in situations of emergency. Now, unfortunately, although the Emro region has been taking all the possible measures it can in order to enhance patient safety, we still have a lot to do. We have been trying to implement the World Health Assembly resolution on the subject 72.6, and we've also been making attempts to integrate patient safety into our national plans. At the same time, we participated in the Global Summit on Patient Safety. All these initiatives, I think, highlight the importance that we attach to this particular question. We feel that programs to enhance patient safety
وارتفاع معدلات العدوى بها بين العاملين في الرعاية الصحية في الإقليم الأهمية القصوى في تأسيس برامج قوية للوقاية من العدوى ومكافحتها على المستوى الوطني وعلى مستوى المرافق الصحية، وهذا يتطلب دعما والتزاما سياسيا رفيع المستوى. وتوفر خطة العمل العالمية بشأن سلامة المرضى التوجه الاستراتيجي للإجراءات المحددة التي ينبغي أن تتخذها جميع الجهات الفاعلة في سعيها نحو نظم رعاية صحية أكثر أمانا وتركيزا على الناس على الصعيد العالمي. نظم تعالج الناس وتشفيهم ولا تلحق بهم الضرر. ويسرني أن أرى أن خطة العمل العالمية تتناول أيضا سلامة العاملين في مجال الرعاية الصحية. فقد كشفت جائحة كوفيد-19 عن التحديات الهائلة والمخاطر الجسيمة التي يواجهها العاملون الصحيون في جميع أرجاء العالم. وقد أظهرت الجائحة أنه لا يمكن تحقيق سلامة المرضى ما لم تتحقق سلامة العاملين في مجال الرعاية الصحية. وأدعو الدول الأعضاء إلى اعتماد خطة العمل العالمية بشأن سلامة مع التركيز بوجه خاص على الوقاية من العدوى ومكافحتها في مواقع الرعاية الصحية. وينبغي تكييف الاستراتيجيات والتدخلات المقترحة حسب السياقات الوطنية ومؤامتها وفق الأولويات الصحية الوطنية. القيادة الجريئة والالتزام الواضح وتبني ثقافة التقبل التي تراعي اعتبارات السلامة وتشجع على الإبلاغ عن الأخطاء والتعلم منها بدلا من إلقاء اللوم وإشراك وتمكين أفراد المجتمع والمستفيدين من الخدمات الصحية التخطيط والتنفيذ والتقييم للخدمات. لها عناصر محورية في الرحلة نحو الرعاية الصحية المأمونة. ومن شأن تعزيز القدرات الوطنية للوقاية من العدوى ومكافحتها أن يسهم إسهاما قويا في توفير رعاية صحية مأمونة وعالية الجودة. وسيكون بمثابة ضمان يقي من الفاشيات والجوائح في المستقبل. كما تكتسي البنية الأساسية لخدمات المياه والإسعاف والنظافة أهمية حيوية في المساعي الرامية إلى تحقيق سلامة المرضى. وتشير اللوائح الصحية الدولية إشارة واضحة إلى الوقاية من العدوى ومكافحتها. ويمكن تنفيذ الاستراتيجيات والتدخلات المقترحة أيضا في الأوضاع الهشة والمتضررة من القطاعات والعنف. وفي الختام لا يكفي توسيع نطاق الحصول على الرعاية الصحية في حد ذاته، فمامونية الرعاية الصحية وجودتها ليست ترفا بل باتت تمثل مصدر قلق بالغ. ونستطيع من خلال خطة العمل العالمية بشأن سلامة المرضى الاستفادة من الزخم المتحقق لجعل سلامة المرضى ركيزة تقوم عليها قدرة على الصمود ولتحقيق التغطية الصحية الشاملة والأمن الصحي. شكرا جزيلا.
Through applying the global plan on patient safety, because we think that will be a major step in the right direction for everyone. Thank you.
Shukran jazilan, Dr. Al-Mandari. And we shall now hear from the Regional Director of the Western Pacific before handing back to the Deputy Director General. Thank you. And now to Dr. Takeshi Kasai.
Chair, distinguished representatives, thank you for the opportunity to remark on this important agenda item. Patient safety is a necessity for everyone in every country, whatever the level of development. In the Western Pacific, member states recognize patient safety as a key to achieving universal health coverage. The region has developed a regional action framework for UHC, which consists of 5 attributes: quality, efficiency, equity, accountability, and sustainability and resistance. And patient safety is vital to each of these. Based on this, our approach in the region has not been to consider patient safety as a standalone initiative, but rather to incorporate and promote it as an important component of programs such as antimicrobial resistance, health security, and maternal and child health. And now I'm pleased to report that we have another strong action framework that will advance patient safety in the region. The Action Framework for Safe and Affordable Surgery in the Western Pacific. This agenda was championed by ministers from Pacific Island countries and areas, but resonated strongly with all member states. It recognized the importance of safe and affordable surgery to achieve UHC, but also the need to tailor to local situations. Patient safety is a key element of the action framework. Through its implementation, patient safety will be promoted in all healthcare facilities. It will be a long but valuable journey that will help to strengthen trust in services. We have been providing input from our region into the development of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan presented here today, and we are committed to implementing it once it's endorsed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kasai. I shall now give the floor to Dr. Jacob, the WHO Deputy Director General. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Member States, Director General, Excellencies, friends. First of all, I'd like to thank Member States for their very strong guidance, both in the regional and also in the country statements, and for your strong support to the Global Action Plan on Patient Safety 2021-30 with all its strategic priorities. As you all said very clearly, patient safety is a global health priority, and we have to give it a new impetus around the world. And thank you for your support in this. The Global Action Plan will definitely serve this purpose. The deadline for us to finalize the action plan is the 15th of February, and I do apologize that this version of the action plan was published only 1 week before the Executive Board meeting. And I would like to reassure countries, and as Germany requested it specifically, is that the new version before the World Health Assembly will be published 6 weeks before the World Health Assembly. We will take all your comments on board, and of course we would like to encourage you to contribute to the online consultation as well. Today in the discussion, your comments were very clear and loud, and they fell into 4 major categories. First, infection prevention and control should be part of the action plan, and it is so. I'd like to reassure United States. The second one is about the measurable indicators to measure progress and to link it to the strategic priorities. US, China, UK, and others were very clear on this, and they also requested implementation reports based on a baseline report, and this will be also done. You also requested that we further develop our tools. This is work in progress, and I will give you some feedback on this in a minute. Then the third category of your comments fell into the support to the countries. There is a clear country focus in the Global Action Plan. This is part of the action plan. And having said this, I would like to acknowledge the great work that has already been done by the member states, and you reported on this in your interventions, but you also requested that we evaluate national plans in the countries, and we also provide strategic advice to the member states on how to further develop the national action plans, and this is also envisaged in the plan, and this was part of the consultation as well, but we will take it to our heart. And the fourth category of your remarks was about governance issues, linking it to the successful G20 presidency led by Saudi Arabia and the established leaders group. And you very strongly emphasized to have regular summits, regular meetings, regular ministerial meetings every year possibly. And we were already planning one this year here in Switzerland, but due to the COVID, we had to postpone it, but it is in our plan. And these summits would serve the purpose of awareness raising, advocacy, political leadership, multi-sectoral approach, and also addressing the funding issues that we need both globally, regionally, and also at the country level. And needless to say, we will be working with the regional offices who will have an important role to play in updating the national action plans in collaboration with headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, the toll of COVID-19 has brought increased recognition of the risks to patients. And the long-term impact of healthcare delivery systems will be fully quantified over time. However, important patient safety implications have emerged, calling for efforts that promote safer care at every level. For example, the physical and psychological safety of health workers has been widely compromised, together with the capacity and financial stability of healthcare delivery systems. Situational factors such as staffing shortages, staff redeployment, unfamiliar roles, and workarounds have disrupted existing care processes in most health systems worldwide. Despite these negative effects, the COVID-19 pandemic has provided opportunities for us to learn key areas that could be a catalyst for subsequent improvement strategies. Shared commitment and responsibility have united healthcare stakeholders as never before, and many of them have spontaneously adopted key safety attributes such as transparency, active communication, collaboration, and rapid adoption of patient safety practices. According to the OECD estimates, the social cost of patient harm can be valued at $1 to $2 trillion a year. Eliminating harm could boost global economic growth by over 0.7% a year. An investment in global action on patient safety is minuscule against these enormous economic benefits. And this is why we are so pleased with your support to the action plan. I reiterate the deadline of the 15th of February. Please contribute to it so that we can finish it on time for the World Health Assembly. Let me also highlight that we are working a lot on the normative guidance and tools to support the countries in their efforts in implementing the Global Action Plan, developing national patient safety action plans, and integrating patient safety within existing plans as required. These tools include the following: patient safety assessment, surveillance and improvement tools, minimum safety standards, guidance on organizational safety culture, leadership competency frameworks, patient safety education and training, medication safety solutions to support the third global patient safety challenge on medication without harm, and also tools for patient and family engagement and adverse event reporting and learning systems. I know that patient safety is a huge priority for our Director General, and he has been guiding us throughout the last couple of years to make it a priority and to get the content right. And I'm sure that he will want to make the closing remarks on this. And before I pass the floor to him, I would like to acknowledge the great work of my colleagues who are sitting here with us in the room, but who will not have a chance to take the floor. First of all, Ed Kelly, the Director of Integrated Health Services, and Neelam Dhingra Kumar, the Unit Head of Patient Safety Flagship, who have been instrumental to take this agenda forward. And with this, I am pleased to hand over our Director General for his closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, DDG. Your Excellencies, dear EB members, observers, and friends and colleagues. First of all, thank you for your dedicated support to the important work in this area. As you know, health worker safety, a priority for patient safety, was the theme of the World Patient Safety Day in 2020. The aim was to acknowledge the critical linkage between health worker safety and patient safety that COVID-19 has so forcefully reminded us of. The day was observed by more than 89 countries around the world. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the World Patient Safety Day Steering Committee for providing advice and strategic guidance to WHO for ensuring successful implementation of the day. In particular, I would like to thank my friend, Mr. Jeremy Hunt, former Secretary of Health and Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the United Kingdom, for his global leadership on patient safety, and also for co-chairing this steering committee. Working with partners internationally, WHO will promote and support World Patient Safety Day through global campaigns and technical tools aligned with its annual theme to raise public awareness on patient safety and focused action for safer clinical practices. Later last year, WHO has launched a landmark charter calling for urgent and sustainable action to ensure health worker safety through a set of key measures. The charter is dedicated to the millions of health workers fighting COVID-19 across the globe who put themselves and their families at risk to treat patients, deliver essential health services, and contain the spread of the disease. To the health workers who have become infected with COVID-19, to those who have lost their lives in their unstinting efforts to combat the disease, WHO member states and all relevant stakeholders are invited to support and endorse this charter by signing up to it. Coming back to the flagship mentioned by DDG, I would like to express my gratitude to Sir Liam Donaldson, WHO envoy for patient safety, for his strategic advice and guidance to WHO patient safety flagship, particularly in development of the Global Patient Safety Action Plan, and also to the drafting and review task force with experts from member states and international organizations who significantly contributed to the process of development of this global action plan. I thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. As I see no more comments now, I take it that the board is ready to note the report contained in the document EB 148/6. Thank you. I see no objection. The report is noted. Is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in document EB 148/6? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. This concludes the board's consideration of item 5. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now 1:10 p.m. Central European Time and time for taking the scheduled 1-hour break. We will reconvene at 2:10 p.m. Central European Time to resume our discussions. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, welcome back. I understand that the Secretariat would like to make an announcement. Mr. Tim, you have the floor, please.
Member States, recalling the discussion earlier today in relationship to item 17 and sustainable financing, the Secretariat would like to request that any comments on the proposed process outlined in draft decision document EB 148/26 and 1, that any comments on that draft decision point be sent to us by 9 a.m. Central European Time tomorrow morning, so that's by 9 CET, 22nd of January. The email address to send any submissions to is veag@who.int. That's veag@who.int. Following receipt of any submissions tomorrow morning Geneva time, the Secretariat will revise the draft decision contained in EB 148/26 Add 1 for dissemination tomorrow, Friday, the 22nd evening. And we predict that in consultation with the chair, we would come back to that agenda item at the opening of the meeting on the 23rd of January. So any comments you have, please, by 9 a.m. Geneva time tomorrow morning to vag@who.int. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The floor is back to you.
Thank you, Tim. We shall now consider item 6, political declaration of the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases. The relevant documents are EB 148/7 on the political declaration of the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, which contains a draft decision for consideration. However, the EB already adopted the contents of that draft decision in Conference Paper 5 under item 14.3, and therefore we don't need to consider it again. EB 148/7 Add 1, which contains the executive summary of the midpoint evaluation of progress on the implementation of the Global Action Plan submitted by the Evaluation Office. The board is invited to note the report. EB 148/7 Add 2, which provides the executive summary of the final evaluation of the Global Coordination Mechanism on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases. The board is invited to consider the report on the final evaluation and provide necessary guidance. EB 148/8, which outlines the global health challenges posed by oral diseases and details WHO's recent activities and regional and international initiatives to renew the political commitment to oral health. The board is invited to note the report and provide further guidance on action that could be taken by the organization in response to the oral disease burden. Furthermore, I understand that 3 conference papers will be considered under this item. A draft resolution on oral health is contained in document EB 148/conference/3. The financial and administrative implications of this draft resolution, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/conference/3 Add 1. A draft decision on addressing diabetes as a public health problem is contained in document EB 148/conference/10. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/conference/10 Add 1. A draft decision on the follow-up of the political declaration of the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases is contained in document EB 148/conference/11. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/conference/11 Add 1. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you may have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May we kindly remind those wishing to take the floor to please raise their hand in the Zoom platform. I should now like to invite the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka to take the floor, to be followed by the Russian Federation. Thank you. Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Considering the Director General's report on achieving better oral health as part of the universal health coverage and non-communicable disease agendas 2030, EB 148/8, the resolution initiated by Sri Lanka on oral health is proposed to the Executive Board through its co-sponsoring member states. Sri Lanka wishes to express its appreciation for the strong support and cooperation received from this resolution. 4 rounds of consultations were held, and we wish to thank delegations for their active participation and constructive comments, which resulted in unprecedented consensus. In particular, we wish to thank the co-sponsors Eswatini, the European Union, India, Indonesia, Israel, Jamaica, Japan, Kenya, Myanmar, Peru, and Thailand. There is an urgent need for international political commitment to the integration of oral health into primary health care as part of UHC benefit packages, and we believe this resolution is an important cornerstone in action towards achieving good oral health for all. Oral diseases pose a significant challenge to global public health. As almost half of the world population is suffering from poor oral conditions, which has a direct effect on general health and well-being. Further, the economic effects of oral diseases are alarming, especially since oral diseases are mostly preventable. In fact, many oral diseases share the same risk factors as other non-communicable diseases such as poor hygiene, high sugar intake, tobacco use, and the harmful use of alcohol. Oral cancers are also widespread in many regions of the world. Oral health services have faced serious disruption because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, a comprehensive and integrated global strategy on oral health as part of the non-communicable diseases and universal health coverage agendas is essential. We are hopeful that initiative by Sri Lanka will translate into global action for public oral health with clear measurable targets to be achieved by 2030. For this reason, we look forward to the World Health Assembly adopting this resolution in May and give the WHO a clear mandate to work on this important issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now to the Russian Federation, to be followed by Austria. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the document submitted, and we note that this is an extremely topical document. When thinking about NCDs, clearly this is a priority for healthcare in contemporary society. The significance of these diseases as an exacerbating factor is particularly apparent in this era of the COVID-19 pandemic. We see that, in fact, people who are suffering from NCDs may also be more likely to have a fatal outcome if they fall victim to COVID-19. Combating NCDs at national levels then is particularly important. And in practical terms, we have to recognize that because of the pandemic, a lot of the work done on NCDs has been virtually halted in many cases. Particularly, I'd like to draw attention to diabetes. This is something that over the past 10 years has been worsening. And we now see that it is a particularly significant factor if you look at those who are falling victim to COVID-19 today. NCDs in general make the situation worse, as I have said, but clearly diabetes is an especial problem. And this means that we do require intervention in order to ensure that we are able to ensure that in terms of consolidating the progress that has been made in the context of our overall agenda is not in fact endangered
by weakness in this area. We believe that the global plan of action is particularly important, and what we need to ensure is that we have the appropriate political and strategic guidance we require for tackling NCDs. We need to look at this, and we need to recognize that if we do not do anything about this, then there can be a very adverse impact on the interim outcomes within the GPW. And also, we need to ensure that we have the kind of adjustment and corrective mechanisms then that are required in order to take due account of the current circumstances, the circumstances of the pandemic. All of that being so, we would call upon WHO and its member states to draw particular attention to this issue of diabetes, because if we, in fact, put off dealing with this, we are, in fact, putting off dealing with a matter of life and health for many people in the current context. Vanuatu, Indonesia, Canada, Qatar, Costa Rica, Norway, Sudan, Uruguay, and France, as well as Eswatini and Jamaica, have supported our initiative in co-sponsoring this draft decision that we have on this issue. We also believe, alongside that, that we need to focus also on the issue of oral health, and we support what has been submitted there also. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Austria, to be followed by China. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. 3 candidate countries, the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania, the country of the stabilization and association process and potential candidate, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Georgia, aligned themselves with this statement. We thank the Secretariat for the report on addressing the oral health as part of the Universal Health Coverage and Non-Communicable Diseases Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. More than 3.5 billion people suffer from oral diseases worldwide. The burden of these diseases shows considerable inequalities as they disproportionately affect marginalized and poor populations. However, oral diseases are largely preventable, with many of them having the same risk factors as non-communicable diseases such as poor hygiene, poor diet, high sugar intake, tobacco use, and harmful use of alcohol. Good oral health is essential for good general health, including diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, chronic pulmonary obstructive diseases, and cancer. It is also a pivotal requirement for healthy aging, for retaining self-esteem and dignity. With regard to the environmentally friendly oral health care efforts, the European Union and its member states will continue to be active in line with the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Finally, we thank Sri Lanka for their leadership in advancing the resolution, proposing to develop a global strategy and technical guidance to ensure safe dental services, including under circumstances of health emergencies. EU welcomes this step forward to better oral health and is happy to co-sponsor the resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now to China, to be followed by Madagascar.
Madam Chair, we would like to thank the DG and the Secretariat for the 3 high-quality reports and wish to express our gratitude to the Secretariat for the relevant work done. We have the following 3 comments. First, we note that the current overall progress in the prevention and control of NCDs and the promotion of mental health globally remain insufficient, and suggest that the Secretariat should increase its effort to address the persistent problem of financing for NCDs and strengthen the link of research. In terms of promoting cross-sectoral cooperation, we agree that the Secretariat should prepare successful practices for multi-sectoral action that can be used as a reference for other countries. China is willing to actively share its experience in these areas. Second, COVID-19 has had a serious impact on patients with NCDs, which cannot be neglected. We support the Secretariat in updating the relevant elements of the guidance to further guide countries in enhancing the capacity of their health systems and guaranteeing the continuity of NCD prevention and treatment in the situation similar to COVID-19. At the same time, we also consider it necessary to highlight the issue of mental health in the context of COVID-19. Therefore, support the draft decision to update the Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan 2013 to 2030 and submit it to the 74th World Health Assembly. Finally, with regard to the global coordination mechanism, China appreciates the continued efforts and positive results of the mechanism in advancing the implementation of the Global Action Plan, and considers the functions of the mechanism to be highly important, and recommends that EB should conduct a comprehensive assessment of whether there is currently a better mechanism or platform that can adequately undertake these functions, with a view to ultimately determining whether to keep the mechanism operational. Finally, we support the report on oral health and the challenges contained in this report, as well as the next step to implement the priority areas in this report. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to Madagascar, to be followed by Oman.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, distinguished delegates, Madagascar is honored to be taking the floor on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO's African region and to address item 6 on oral health and the improvement of it as part of universal health coverage and treating non-communicable diseases. We would like to congratulate the Secretariat on the quality of the report that has been submitted to us. The African region notices this report, in which the Director General discusses what is at stake in the area of oral health and gives us a picture of the recent action taken to try and improve oral health and to continue to do so between now and 2030. Chairman, approximately half of the world's population suffers from oral health problems such as gum disease or problems with their teeth. Over 440 million people in 2019 suffered from oral health problems. Oral health does have a very major impact, usually because it's suffered in a disproportionate manner by marginalized groups in the population throughout their lives. There are some oral health problems, including NOMA, found in Africa, which can be fatal to children, and it's mainly a disease of poverty. In 2016, the African member states of WHO adopted a regional strategy for oral health to cover 2016 to 2025. This was part of our overall attempts to control non-communicable diseases. We benefited from WHO support in implementing our national NOMA control programs in particular. Some countries drew up a specific oral health program as part of their work on achieving universal health coverage and also, as I say, as part of their attempts to control NCDs. Despite the progress achieved, and there has been some, there are still issues in the region. Oral health is not necessarily integrated into the systematic follow-up and monitoring systems, and that makes it difficult to develop a strategy based on reliable evidence. Only 30% of African countries actually have an oral health program, and even when there are programs, they're inadequate. And what's worse is they're not always included in universal health coverage. This being the situation, Chairman, we urge member states to include oral health in their national plans and attach high priority to the matter. We would like to see better cooperation and coordination between WHO and member states and our development partners so that some more financing can be injected into oral health. This could be part of WHO's policy to step up its support to member states. Academia And non-governmental organizations should also be involved, and they should focus particularly on poorer and marginalized groups in the population. Oral health should be included as a cross-cutting issue in other programs as well. For example, work done to control neglected or orphan tropical diseases. Improving services and guaranteeing better access for people to them for oral health is important, but so is surveillance, and so is the provision of accurate, reliable information.
Sur la mise en application de la Convention de Minamata.
There's also the question of implementing the Minamata Convention, which is equally important for the countries in question. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Oman, to be followed by Tonga. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Board, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean region, we would like to acknowledge efforts of the Secretariat in developing this comprehensive report, which summarizes progress achieved in the prevention and control of NCDs and the promotion of mental health, as well as the needed guidance on possible reorientation of WHO's Global Action Plan for the Prevention and Control of NCDs until 2030. Despite renewed commitments, new guidance, and the launch of bold initiatives such as the ones pertaining to cervical and childhood cancer, we understand that current global and regional progress in preventing and controlling premature death from NCD is still inadequate to meet SDG target 3.4, particularly that only 17 countries globally are on track to meet SDG target 3.4 for women and only 15 countries for men. The deadly interplay between the NCD's epidemic and the COVID-19 pandemic has further highlighted the vulnerability of people living with NCDs being at higher risk of developing severe COVID-19 symptoms and complications. The pandemic has also revealed the weaknesses in health systems and the need to better maintain, restore, and strengthen NCD services as part of other essential health services disrupted by the pandemic. As such, given the burden of NCDs in our region, we EMR member states are convinced that recovery from COVID-19 needs to go hand in hand with a dramatic acceleration of NCD action plan implementation. Apart from COVID-19, the region is unfortunately also the epicenter of multiple complex and acute emergencies, and it is the region with the most important number and highest number of forcefully displaced population in the world. In this regard, we salute and would support the Secretariat's outlined process under Annex 9 of the report to support member states in strengthening the design and implementation of policies, including for resilient health system and health services and infrastructures to treat people living with non-communicable diseases and prevent and control their risk factors in humanitarian emergencies. Much more work is needed in this area, and the current pandemic offers an opportunity to do so. Finally, in line with the statement of Oman, EMR countries would like to express their support for the draft decision on addressing the prevention and control of diabetes as a public health problem as part of universal health coverage by advancing comprehensive approach to prevention and management, including of its complications and integrated service delivery. The proposal to review and reorient the WHO Global Action Plan in order to better understand the major obstacles impending diabetes-related objectives is welcome, as well as the Secretariat work on developing a global compact on diabetes. To conclude, the Myanmar member states reaffirm their commitment to the principle of the Salalah Declaration on Universal Health Coverage, and we renew our call for decision makers to establish national vision towards achieving UHC, as no one is safe until everyone is safe, as the DG keeps repeating in this pandemic, but also in other conditions. No time would be more opportune to start this work than now. That's the pandemic has outlined the challenges our health system face and how they could be strengthened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And now to Tonga, to be followed by India. Tonga, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of His Majesty's Government, the Kingdom of Tonga, Fiji, and the Pacific, we welcome this agenda item. Oral health is an important part of clinical care and public health interventions and should be integrated into other health programs, including NCD, school health programs, maternal and child health care, and so forth. Fiji has made strong strides forward with the release of Vision 2030, delivering optimal oral health for all. This is a timely report that offers a comprehensive interdisciplinary roadmap to improve oral health and reduce oral health inequalities over the next decade. Tonga has been putting effort on the prevention of dental diseases. The Mali Mali program, where dental officers visit primary and secondary schools across the country for a brushing and oral health promotion program, has been in Tonga for more than 20 years. The program has achieved significant improvement on oral health among children. Tonga also revitalized health promoting school programs in 2018, a collaborative effort with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Training. Health promoting school aims to improve oral health of school-aged children in Tonga, and to secure a healthier future for our children. One of the achievements related to oral health is the establishment of the hand washing basin for all schools that participated in the pilot. For the clinical care, Tonga has developed a package of essential health services which aims to ensure basic resources and capacity to deliver an established set of essential health services at each level of health care, with particular emphasis on primary health care. Tonga's dental care is mostly provided at the main hospital, but we investigate to provide basic dental services at the extended community health centers under the package of essential health services and in the remote islands. The Pacific welcomes the work of the WHO Global Oral Health Program. We look forward to the launch of the Global Oral Health Report and other work by the Secretariat. There remains significant gap exists in the available data in the Pacific region, and many do not have national oral health plan. Finally, the Kingdom of Tonga and the Pacific look forward to working together with WHO and partners to strengthen oral health in the Pacific region. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. And now to India, to be followed by Bangladesh.
Chair,
India is fully conscious of the risks and challenges posed by NCDs and is taking all the necessary measures to address it. Our national health policy envisages the attainment of the highest possible level of health and well-being for all through a preventive and promotive healthcare orientation in all development policies and universal access to good quality healthcare services. Accordingly, under Ayushman Bharat Health Wellness Center, we have started population-level intervention for screening, prevention, and management of NCDs. A national program for prevention and control of cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and stroke is being implemented for strengthening infrastructure, human resource development, diagnosis, and management of NCDs. Chair, India firmly believes that health promotion and prevention, including lifestyle modification, are critical to address the challenge of increasing burden of NCDs. Awareness for prevention and control NCDs as well as healthy lifestyle is being carried out in a mission mode at all levels, including national, state, at district and block level. The focus area is to reduce risk factor associated with NCDs. Steps have also been taken to promote physical activity and healthy eating and to control consumption of tobacco and alcohol through legislative and fiscal tools. Keeping in view that indoor pollution is one of the risk factors for NCD, especially chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, successfully initiatives have been implemented to ensure access to clean and energy efficient options for cooking fuel under Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana and domestic lighting under Ujjwala Yojana, besides other measures to mitigate air pollution. India recognizes the rising burden of mental disorder. Our initiatives in the area include a very progressive Mental Health Care Act 2017, which is aimed at providing mental health care and services in a right-based manner and to protect the right of person with mental illness, as well as implementation of national mental health program starting from primary to tertiary level for awareness generation, capacity building, and early diagnosis and management of mental illness. Chair, India is committed to the cause of prevention and control of NCDs and fully appreciate and acknowledge the global effort in the area. Given the serious challenge of NCD that the entire world is faced with, there is a need for greater interaction and sharing of experiences and knowledge among countries and other stakeholders. I wish to inform that India is co-sponsoring the resolution on oral health. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now Bangladesh, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we take note of the report of the Director General on the political declaration of the third high-level meeting of General Assembly on the prevention and control of NCDs. The findings of the midpoint evaluation of the implementation of the WHO Global Action Plan and Global Coordination Mechanism for the prevention and control of NCDs deserve special attention. It is a matter of concern that the GCM on NCDs has not been able to deliver on its stipulated functions. We are concerned at the finding of the midpoint evaluation that the comparative success based on statistical analysis between 2015 and 2019 may result in futility if the limitations of the countries as well as the WHO in resource mobilization continue to exist. Resource diversion by countries to address their exigencies in this difficult time of COVID-19 pandemic may add further burden. WHO needs to revise means to address NCD challenges within its existing support system and resource base to sustain the success so far made. Moreover, a multi-stakeholder approach is required to address the existing challenges. We emphasize that political commitments coupled with concerted efforts are demonstrated at the international level to address the conflicts of interest of the governments with the industries, particularly on tobacco and alcohol issues for a greater interest of public health. We hope this would be looked into in the coming days in the context of WHO transformation. Mr. Chair, we have carefully studied the report of Director General on oral health. Bangladesh has been happy to co-sponsor the resolution piloted by Sri Lanka on this important matter during this EB meeting. It is indeed concerning that oral health issues are not covered by primary health care. It poses serious challenge for individuals seeking remedial recourses. In developing countries, it is challenging to create public awareness of oral health since a culture of neglect persists. Consumption of alcohol, highly processed foods, breast milk substitutes, etc., are very much linked with respective industry interests and their influence and interference. These undermines the public health safety measures. Considering the high prevalence of smokeless tobacco use leading to oral cancer, it is imperative to adopt and strengthen policies and action plans aiming at the reduction of demand and supply of smokeless tobacco. Affordable medical consumables, generic drugs, and other equipment for the management of oral diseases need to be made available, particularly for the developing countries. WHO's action in these areas are critically important. To conclude, Mr. Chair, political will across the globe is essential to implement universal health coverage with the inclusion of oral health. We would therefore urge on all to adopt necessary policies for an accelerated action in this area. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Indonesia, followed by Botswana. Indonesia, we confirm that you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, we welcome the statement made by Dr. Fauci. We hope that with the U.S. continued engagement with the WHO, we will further strengthen multilateral cooperation and achieving a better global health structure. Indonesia also thanks the Secretariat for the report. Good oral health is a crucial factor in maintaining good physical and mental well-being. It prevents major health issues such as non-communicable diseases and builds a precondition to healthy aging. Oral health is also an important element to achieve the agenda of universal health coverage. For this reason, Indonesia welcomes the initiative by Sri Lanka to address oral health care as an important element of the NCD and UHC, and wish to be listed as a co-sponsor of the resolution. Furthermore, we support the actions by WHO and member states that are mentioned in draft resolution. On our part, Indonesia has developed a national action plan on oral health. The actions are in line with the resolutions that calls upon, among others, to foster the integration of oral health within the national policies and to strengthen cross-sectoral collaboration across key settings. Diabetes is a major health issue that has reached an alarming level. Almost 75% of people with diabetes are concentrated in low and middle income countries. The disease not only affects one's health, but also cause substantial economic loss. In addition, although 2021 marks the centenary of insulin, half of the people with insulin still have minimal or no access to it. This status contributes to serious complications and death. Indonesia puts much effort in reducing the burden of diabetes, including through diabetes prevention and control, as one of the minimum standards of services in district levels. Moreover, Indonesia has also been included in the National Health Insurance Scheme that covers also preventive and curative measures. Indonesia agrees that essential health services for diabetes must remain as a priority, particularly during the current as well as in the future health crisis. Therefore, Indonesia supports the proposed draft decision initiated by Russia on diabetes to keep the diabetes issue as a priority in the global setting. Lastly, we We welcome the development of the paper for the future of the WHO Global Coordination Mechanism. We are of the view that appropriate representation of all stakeholders will promote and increase the whole of government and whole of society approach in preventing and controlling NCDs. With a view that NCD surveillance, prevention, and counter efforts need to be maintained and strengthened. In this regard, Indonesia wishes to support and co-sponsor the proposed decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Botswana, followed by Australia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also start by welcoming the statement by Dr. Fauci and state that we look forward to working together with the United States to build back better. Chairperson, Botswana aligns herself with the statement made by Madagascar on behalf of the 47 African member states. Oral health is a key indicator of overall health and is linked with general health as systemic and reciprocal. We therefore thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive report. The 2011 political declaration
Moderators, would some kind of people to take away the whistle, please? Thank you.
Assembly on the Prevention and Control of NCD outlines the need for member states to recognize that oral diseases pose a major health burden in many countries and have common risk factors with major non-communicable diseases requiring common responses. The WHO Africa region led the way in developing the first regional oral health strategy of 2016 to 2025 for the prevention and control of oral diseases, which is a key milestone. Chair, despite the disease's burden, oral health has been less prioritized, leading to a lack of resources, policy, and implementation at the country level. As reported, in the context of COVID-19, oral health services are among the most disrupted essential health services, with more than 70% of countries reporting partial or complete disruption. As in other upper and middle income countries, Botswana continues to experience an increase in the burden of oral diseases. The most frequent condition in both children and adults are dental caries and periodontal diseases. The government of Botswana provides preventative, curative, and rehabilitative services through oral health facilities in all health districts. However, due to limited oral health practitioners and other resources, access to essential oral health services, particularly for those who are most at risk, remain a challenge. Chair, our priorities include integrating essential oral health indicators into the health information system and monitoring evaluation framework, promoting good dietary habits, such as limiting sugar, foods, and drinks, limiting tobacco and alcohol use, promoting oral and general hygiene, exclusive breastfeeding in the first 6 months of life, and immunization against prevalent communicable diseases, and investment in human resources for oral health. Finally, Chairperson, we urge the Secretariat to allocate resources to strengthen national advocacy, leadership, and partnership for addressing oral diseases as part of the NCDs through a multi-sectoral approach. Botswana therefore supports the draft resolution proposed by Sri Lanka, which calls for a global strategy action plan, including 2030 targets, development of technical guidance on dental services, and Best Buy on oral health. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to Australia, to be followed by the United States of America. Australia, you have the floor.
Australia thanks the Director-General for the comprehensive report on the prevention and control of NCDs. It is vital that we maintain momentum in addressing the global burden of NCDs. Australia acknowledges the significant impact COVID-19 has had on the prevention, detection, and management of NCDs. We agree the collective response must address failings exposed by the pandemic to ensure health systems are built back better. It's important we continue to address the underlying causes of NCDs and their risk factors, as people living with NCDs, such as diabetes, are more vulnerable to becoming severely ill or dying of COVID-19. Similarly, we must ensure that mental health is at the forefront of disaster preparedness, response, and recovery planning. Australia continues to be concerned that progress in preventing and controlling NCD has been inadequate. This is a significant issue for the Western Pacific region in particular. We thank the WHO for its technical work and guidance to support Member States. It remains clear, however, that greater joint action is required. Prevention is a key priority for the Australian Government. We are developing the National Preventive Health Strategy, which will provide the overarching long-term approach to prevention in Australia. It will focus on system-wide, evidence-based approaches to reducing the incidence of NCDs. We look forward to engaging with the WHO and Member States on the future work identified in the report, in particular, pathways to achieve targets under the Sustainable Development Goals. We thank the WHO for the comprehensive evaluations of the Global Action Plan and Global Coordination Mechanism and subsequent recommendations, including strengthening efforts to improve NCD monitoring. We support the proposed development of an implementation plan for the NCD Global Action Plan. We look forward to engaging further on the options paper proposed for the Global Coordination Mechanism and stress that any future work on the GCM clearly identifies ways to support all Member States. On oral health, we support the need to develop best buys on oral health as proposed in the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the United States of America, to be followed by the United Arab Emirates.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. The United States welcomes this important opportunity to accelerate progress against non-communicable diseases. The COVID-19 pandemic has confirmed the importance of effective measures to address NCDs, which have greatly exacerbated COVID-19 risks for many people. We thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive consolidated reports, although we would have appreciated additional time to consider the documents. We also thank the WHO Evaluation Office, NCD Department, and the NCD consultants for their work on the midpoint evaluation of the NCD Global Action Plan. The United States supports the proposed decisions. We look forward to the implementation roadmap for the NCD Global Action Plan for 2023 to 2030, including consultations on the roadmap with member states. The vision, goals, and objectives of the NCD GAP remain more relevant than ever, but implementation remains elusive for far too many of us. We therefore strongly recommend that the roadmap remain focused on implementation and responding to the recommendations of the midterm evaluation. The United States commends the WHO and member states with respect to efforts to broaden the conversations about NCDs by including a more diverse set of stakeholders and partnerships. We believe that the GCM, the Global Coordination Mechanism, should add value as a neutral platform focused on bringing diverse expertise together for practical evidence-based action. In our view, it is an underutilized platform over the course of its life, but we agree with other speakers today that despite that, it has produced valuable results. And we hope that as it evolves, it will remain a way for all stakeholders to come together for better health outcomes. We welcome intensified efforts to address the prevention and control of diabetes and look forward to an update on major obstacles in achieving the diabetes-related targets in the GAP for the 74th WHA, as well as an updated public awareness and education campaign about diabetes prevention and treatment. On oral health, the United States welcomes the report on oral health and supports the proposed resolution, and we thank Sri Lanka for its leadership. The United States appreciates efforts to elevate the issue of oral health and supports its continued integration into efforts to address non-communicable diseases. We strongly support many of the recommendations made by the DG for incorporation as Best Buy interventions. We stress that in our point of view, any Best Buy interventions should be continue to be presented as a non-exhaustive menu of options for member states to consider in developing comprehensive strategies tailored to their national circumstances to improve oral health. Policy options must go beyond punitive measures to include positive approaches such as health literacy plans. Finally, we would like to emphasize the importance of human papillomavirus as a causative agent of oral pharyngeal cancers and vaccination as an evidence-based tool to prevent oral pharyngeal cancer as these efforts move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Now the United Arab Emirates, to be followed by Chile.
Thank you. UAE is aligned with the regional statement presented by Oman, and UAE would like to thank Director General for the comprehensive report on political declaration of the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Disease. United Nations Declaration was envisioned as a milestone in the international response to prevent and control non-communicable disease and associated risk factors. UAE has a high political commitment manifested in UAE National Agenda 2021, in which 5 main indicators and targets related to NCD and associated risk factors were included. Ministry of Health and Prevention, in partnership with health and non-health stakeholders, and with technical support from WHO, EMRO, and Gulf Cooperation Council, developed a national multi-sectoral NCD action plan 2017-2021, including mental health and air pollution, to accelerate country response for the prevention and control of NCDs in accordance with the WHO Global NCD Action Plan and Objectives. A National High Supreme Committee was established with the 29 health and non-health members to monitor National NCD Action Plan and implementation. During COVID-19 pandemic, NCD diagnostic, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative health services were severely disrupted. Many primary healthcare centers were converted to 24-hour COVID-19 clinics, and many healthcare providers were shifted to COVID-19 clinic and isolation building, all elective appointments cancelled to maintain patient safety. UAE, to maintain the NCD services, responded by spreading reassurance messages by government leaders that food and medicine will be secured for all national and non-national living in UAE. Precaution measures were mandatory and reinforced all over. Healthcare system has launched a practical guidance on the continuity of essential health and community services for NCD under WHO guidance and support. All NCD patients were defined, approached, and medication were safely delivered at home. Drive-through blood collection were established for urgent cases. Digital health solutions were developed and introduced under initiative Doctor for Every Citizen, providing electronic and virtual consultation through multidisciplinary team. NCD patient awareness and empowerment program were conducted virtually to promote healthy lifestyle and control NCDs. Healthcare providers capacity building programs were conducted virtually, and mental health hotlines and virtual consultation provided for both NCD patient and healthcare providers. By the fourth quarter of 2020, all NCD services were maintained gradually to the baseline level in parallel with the digital health and home visit for high-risk patients. UAE is committed to prevent NCD and associated risk factors. And finally, UAE endorsed the resolution on oral health as it is an integrated program and NCD prevention program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Chile, to be followed by Colombia.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Agradecemos el informe del director general y la voluntad de la Organización Mundial de la Salud de lograr una mejor salud bucodental como parte de los programas relativos a la cobertura universal sanitaria y las enfermedades no transmisibles de aquí a 2030. Reconociendo que la salud bucodental es fundamental para el bienestar de las personas, familias y comunidades. Chile ha tenido importantes avances en la materia, priorizando la implementación de estrategias preventivas desde temprana edad y el acceso a la atención odontológica de las personas más vulnerables. El trabajo intersectorial ha permitido desarrollar programas sostenibles en el tiempo que fomentan el cuidado de salud bucal en párvulos y sus familias. El fortalecimiento de la red asistencial ha permitido mejorar la gestión, calidad y oportunidad de la atención odontológica en los centros de atención primaria y en la atención de especialidades. A pesar de los logros mencionados, el país comparte los desafíos planteados en el informe. La alta prevalencia de enfermedades bucodentales y su desigual distribución, el envejecimiento de la población y la alta demanda por atención odontológica obligan a implementar medidas integrales dirigidas a reducir los factores de riesgo, fortalecer el sistema de salud, mejorar la vigilancia y potenciar las alianzas nacionales e internacionales. En ese sentido, el desarrollo del Plan Nacional de Salud para la década 2021-2030, que permitirá definir metas en salud bucal y alinear los esfuerzos de los distintos actores para alcanzarlas, y la creación de la Dirección Nacional de Odontología, que favorecerá la coordinación entre los equipos técnicos ministeriales, representan importantes oportunidades para potenciar los esfuerzos dirigidos a mejorar la salud bucodental en el país. Por tanto, Chile toma nota del informe sin observaciones y refuerza su compromiso por mejorar la salud bucodental de la población. Asimismo, Presidenta, queremos aprovechar y agradecer a Rusia por la preparación del proyecto de decisión que mencionaron sobre el Plan de Acción Mundial de la OMS y su mecanismo de coordinación mundial para la prevención y el control de las enfermedades no transmisibles 2013-2030. Chile quiere añadir a su nombre a la lista de los copatrocinadores de esta decisión. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now Colombia, to be followed by Israel. Colombia, just confirming that you're still in a position to deliver your statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. We're grateful to the Director General for the report presented on the burden and impact of oral health as part of non-communicable diseases. We'd also like to express our thanks for the priorities of the global program of the Organization on Oral Health. Colombia, please slow down. Thank you. We would like to highlight the importance of the priorities established, considering that some of the main interests and priorities have been identified and been worked on for the last 20 years in Colombia. Our country also has a legislative and normative framework which is focused on individuals and which promotes integral health care. Since 2012, oral health has been in that, together with other non-communicable diseases, all this within our decade public health plan. We also have 4 national oral health studies which make it possible for us to keep ahead of the curve and use the considerable academic, technical, logistic, operational, and analytical experience that we have when defining content and analyzing the situation. We believe that the priorities of the global program will make it possible to provide better support for and political commitment to oral health, facilitating better technical development and, above all, channeling more effectively the financial, technical, and human resources which we have available and which are essential for us to achieve our goals. For this reason, we believe it appropriate that WHO support countries with a process to help them benefit from the transfer of technical capacity and to develop their human resources more. In our report, we think that we could usefully include the progress that countries have made in recent years. Yes, oral health hasn't always been on the agenda, but many countries in Latin America, including Colombia, have made major progress, and we think that deserves to be recognized regionally and globally. Lastly, thank you for those who have promoted the draft resolution, and we hope that we will be able to continue to include this issue on the public policy agenda of countries, making it a priority within the general framework of non-communicable diseases. Thank you.
Followed by Austria.
I wish to thank the Secretariat for the preparatory report before us, which provides a comprehensive outline of the work of the WHO Global Oral Health Program. The political declaration of the first high-level meeting of the General Assembly on universal health coverage from 2019 clearly shows our strong and shared commitment to address oral health as part of universal health coverage. In order to assure efficiency and cost effectiveness, 2 elements should be taken into account. First, the process of integrating oral health into universal health coverage should build on on the existing foundations of NCD's programs, as they share risk factors including tobacco use, harmful use of alcohol, a high intake of free sugars, and poor hygiene. Second, in addition, it is imperative to focus on proper health education from a young age and prevention. During the current COVID-19 crisis, oral health is often neglected due to fear of spreading the virus, among other reasons. As we transition into a new normal, it is important to make sure that oral health interventions are not interrupted and are provided in a safe manner. We thus commend the WHO for putting the guide on considerations for the provision of essential oral health services in the context of COVID-19 last August, and encourage WHO to update it as new evidence becomes available. Chair, we have 2 questions for the Secretariat. We kindly ask to receive further information on the Global Oral Health Report to be launched later this year. In particular, we are interested in learning more on its scope and planned outcomes, and whether member states would have the opportunity to be involved in the process. We also wish to learn more on the joint WHO-ITU Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative, and in particular on its activities and outputs thus far, as well as planned activities and timeline for 2021. As co-sponsors, we support the draft resolution on oral health proposed under this agenda item and commend Sri Lanka for the leadership on this issue. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now Austria, followed by Oman. Distinguished delegate from Austria, we would kindly ask that you unmute yourself. Thank you.
Now I'm unmuted, excuse me.
That's okay, this is the world we live in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Austria thanks the WHO for the consolidated report and the progress achieved in the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases and the promotion of mental health. We would like to highlight that for NCD prevention, health literacy is equally important as it is for the continuous management of NCDs. Healthcare systems and services need to focus on this by patient-centered communication and adequate information material to support proper self-management. Austria recognizes the importance of diabetes as public health problem. Especially prevention and control on NCDs urgently need to be addressed by all member states. Efforts on diabetes prevention and control are to be intensified within the frame of the Global Action Plan on NCDs. Against the background of the COVID-19 crisis, we would especially like to stress the importance of comprehensive prevention measures, including a focus on the socioeconomic and commercial determinants, as well as diagnostics and screenings as most relevant tools in advancing the fight against diabetes. As to oral health, Austria aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and its member states. We welcome the report on oral health and support the roadmap for achieving better oral health as part of universal health coverage and NCD agendas toward 2030. Also, oral diseases are preventable. They are still highly prevalent and costly for public health funds and also the patients. The burden of diseases is significantly unequally distributed, affecting vulnerable groups like elderly people living in care homes and those of lower income. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has hampered the access to several settings and worsened inequalities. In this context, Austria supports the efforts of WHO preventing NOMA, which leads to lifelong disability, affects learning opportunities of children, and often results in social exclusion. Early detected, the progression of this disease can easily be halted by basic hygiene rules. They help to prevent suffering from early age, disability, and death. Improving oral health improves general health and well-being over the life course and reduces the cost of treatment. Therefore, Austria supports the resolution and development of a global strategy by WHO. Thank you, and I'm yielding back.
Thank you. And now, Oman, you have the floor. I confirm we can. Please proceed.
Yeah.
I confirm that we can hear you. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I
Thank you very
confirm
much.
we can
Yes.
hear you and see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, just confirming that Oman would still wish to deliver a statement.
Continues to be growing burden with around 422 million. And there is an urgent need to strategically in investing all means to control it. Despite all challenges that we face, we continue to be committed to ensure that patients living with diabetes receive the care they need and to advance knowledge and reach a better service. The population
Distinguished delegate from
moving
Oman.
towards US.
Distinguished delegate from Oman, with apologies for the interruption, it seems that we're having some sound difficulties in hearing you. Our apologies for this. If we may suggest that we would move on and we shall come back to you. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Yeah. Okay.
With that, we shall now move to statements by member states not represented on the board. I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished delegate from Japan, to be followed by Pakistan. Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the report by the Secretariat and support the draft resolution on oral health. We welcome the idea of integrating oral health into university. Here, we would like to highlight 4 points. First, it is essential to develop human resources and legal regulations for improving dental health. Second, we would like to emphasize the growing importance of oral health behaviors, mainly processed sugary food and high-calorie meals, which are crucial for preventing dental caries. Third, oral health is essential in an aging society because promoting oral health from pregnancy to the elderly is extremely important to extend healthy life expectancy. Finally, the disease burden of oral cancer is increasing at the global level, which is associated with chewing tobacco's daily use. Thus, we look forward to WHO's leadership in this regard. Considering the economic burden, prevention and management of NCDs are vital. This year, Japan will organize Tokyo Nutrition for Growth Summit 2021. Here, we plan to focus on integrating nutrition into UHC and discuss healthy eating to prevent NCDs, such as diabetes and hypertension. Japan also shares a vision with the Regional Office of the Western Pacific to promote multi-sectoral and integrated NCD among member states, including African countries. We are committed to collaborating with the WHO to take action to address NCD-related challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Pakistan, to be followed by Norway.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Chairman, Pakistan welcomes the Secretariat report for the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases. NCDs have overtaken the infectious diseases as the world's leading cause of morbidity and mortality, a paradigm shift that calls for across-the-board changes in the working parameters of public health. Mr. Chair, as part of the efforts to address the rising burden of the non-communicable diseases, we are pleased to inform that Pakistan has become the first country in the world to develop a costed benefit package for health services as part of universal health coverage while adopting global best practices with localized evidence. Implementation of package in future will certainly help the country to improve health outcomes and make speedy progress towards universal health coverage. The essential package of health services integrates NCDs related health interventions at all 5 levels of healthcare service delivery. The government has introduced the Sehat Sahulat program with the aim to improve access to vulnerable and poorest segments of the population to good quality medical services through a health insurance scheme. The scheme provides health cover to target 14 million families who are extended financial protection against catastrophic expenditure that they may incur due to cancer, cardiac, burn, and renal problems. As a signatory to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, Pakistan is also fulfilling its international commitments by taking demand and supply reduction measures. Mr. Chairman, we feel that inconsistent political commitment, lack of risk factor surveillance, disintegrated health services delivery mechanisms, least prioritization for NCDs in information system, and out-of-pocket spending are the major health bottlenecks in developing countries. A whole of the government approach is really imperative. Enhanced interest and investment by donors and partners can serve as a catalyst. I thank you.
Thank you. And now to Norway, to be followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. The world needs to wake up. NCDs cause 15 million premature deaths annually, most of them in low and middle-income countries. NCDs make up 7 of the world's top 10 causes of death. Even so, work to tackle NCDs in developing countries only get 1 to 2% of the total global health-related development funding. These facts led the government of Norway to develop a strategy to combat NCDs in low-income countries and to commit $130 million for the period 2020 to 2024. WHO is our main partner, and we support their work on integrating NCDs in primary health care, on reducing risk factors, and on strengthening mental health efforts. We need to step up global efforts to prevent, diagnose, and treat NCDs. We urge other donors to join us in fighting NCDs in developing countries. Norway stresses that the evaluation reports of the Global Action Plan and the Global Coordination Mechanism should be considered by member states and appropriate action taken on the way ahead. Air pollution and mental health should be fully integrated in the follow-up. This year, we will celebrate the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin. 50% of people living with diabetes do not know that they have the disease. And only 50% of people who need insulin have access. This is unacceptable. We need to take action. Norway is co-sponsoring the decisions on the GAP and on GCM and on diabetes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway. And now to Brazil, to be followed by Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Chair, we thank the Secretariat for the reports on this agenda item. NCDs respond for more than 70 million fatalities every year. They also pose a significant burden on health systems. Tackling this challenge should be a top priority, as highlighted by the 2018 political declaration. In response to growing impacts from NCDs in the country, Brazil launched the Strategic Plan of Action for Coping with Chronic Disease. It contemplates the implementation of intersectoral actions to reduce the prevalence of NCDs, including diabetes. In 2021, the plan is being updated and should incorporate issues such as mental health and risks associated to air pollution. Furthermore, the Ministry of Health promotes an annual digital survey to monitor risk and protection factors related to NCDs. Brazil has also invested in treatment and control of NCDs, including diabetes, through primary healthcare teams present in all municipalities and covering as much as 160 million persons. In the context of COVID-19, Brazil has established a financial incentive to reinforce care for people with NCDs, expand access to diagnostics and treatment, while seeking to avoid disruption in essential health services. Mr. Chair, Brazil is proud to have been one of the leading countries in the negotiations that established the NCD Global Coordination Mechanism in 2014. We believe it's high time for member states to take stock of the achievements and the remaining gaps, as well as to provide guidance on the future of the mechanism. In thanking Russia's initiative, Brazil supports the draft decision. Mr. Chair, regarding diabetes, the national prevalence was estimated at 7.4 of Brazil's population in 2019. The disease costs $200 million a year in healthcare in Brazil. Brazil also thanks Russia for the draft decision on this topic, which we support. Mr. Chair, to conclude, allow me to refer briefly to oral health. Brazil has a national program called Smile in Brazil, with measures on promotion of oral health to all. It combines actions aimed at citizens of all ages with full and free of charge access to dental treatment within our unified health system. Brazil favors the development by 2022 of a global strategy to combat oral disease in line with the Global Action Plan for Prevention and Control of NCDs and the GPW13. Brazil thanks Sri Lanka for the draft resolution and supports its adoption. I thank you.
Thank you. Now Thailand, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand has 2 points to highlight on this agenda. First, although NCDs have received plenty of political attention, action has clearly been inadequate, in particular for diabetes prevention and control. We have witnessed the increase in demand for the life-saving medicine in insulin. While we celebrate 100 years of insulin, half of diabetic patients globally still cannot access to insulin, mainly due to the exorbitant cost. Insulin should be a common good with affordable price. Second, oral health has been one of the most neglected agenda in global health. 3.5 billion people, or approximately half of the world population, are living with oral health problems. The critical point is how many WHO staff headcounts are looking after the condition that affect 3.5 billion people. Chair, evidence show that the most of oral diseases are preventable. Member states should integrate oral health promotion and prevention into basic essential health service package, as well as manage oral health promoting environments through reduction of health risks, many of which are common with NCDs, namely sugary food, tobacco, both smoking and smokeless, and alcohol. Finally, Chair, Thailand commends Sri Lanka in leading for the development of the draft resolution. Thailand in particular supports the request to PG to develop the cost-effective oral health intervention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. And just before we continue with Canada, we're going to try our best to connect once again with the distinguished delegate from Oman. Oman, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I hope now the connection is much better.
Oman, like other countries in the EMR region, facing very big challenges towards controlling of increasing the burden of NCD. And despite of all these challenges, we continue to be that all those living with diabetes having and receiving all the necessary medications and doing their investigation regularly. The percentage of diabetic in Oman, the prevalence, it raised from 8.4 in 2008 to 15 in 2020, which made us in a big challenges to face this growing diabetic control. According to our stepwise survey, that 87.9% of these diagnosed diabetic are being prescribed medications. Oman has continued to work on strengthening its primary healthcare facility, not only with the trained, qualified expertise general practitioner, but also all the other supportive facilities, equipment, insulin alarm, and team. During COVID-19, our patients continue receiving their medication, either Omani or other non-Omanis equally. And those patients also received home care for NCD and bronchitis. Support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And now to Canada, to be followed by Spain.
Canada would like to thank the Director General for the report on oral health and supports the priorities and opportunities it outlines. We would also like to thank Sri Lanka for their leadership in developing the resolution on oral health. Through our Chief Dental Officer, Canada works closely with the WHO's Global Oral Health Program, and we look forward to continuing to do so in support of the action items from this resolution. Turning to the report on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, we would like to offer the following comments. On Annex 4, Canada is pleased to note the WHO's ongoing work to address the health impacts of air pollution globally in the context of NCDs and beyond. We would like to reinforce the importance of a multi-sectoral action to address this issue, including the need for an expanded approach to NCDs that considers the linkages to the environment-related targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. On the midpoint evaluation of the Global Action Plan on NCDs, Canada welcomes this work. While the gap is now 8 years old, it remains a timely and relevant blueprint for action. The evaluation provides numerous recommendations for the WHO and member states. Canada will review the recommendations for member states to determine how we can integrate them into our national NCD policies and programs. Given the breadth of recommendations, a prioritization exercise could be useful to further guide the WHO and member states on where to concentrate efforts and resources to achieve the most impact. On the final evaluation of the WHO Global Coordination Mechanism on NCDs, we look forward to the WHO Secretariat's consultations on the options presented in the evaluation and the next steps for this mechanism. To assist member states' deliberations, it would be helpful to understand the funding model for the GCM and how this compares to the scientific and normative budgets in WHO's NCD technical units. Finally, we would like to close by acknowledging 2021 as the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin at the University of Toronto, one of the most significant medical discoveries of the 20th century. This reminds us of the significant health gains that are made possible through research and innovation. We would like to thank Russia for leading the decision on addressing diabetes as a public health problem, which recognizes this centenary year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now to Spain, followed by France.
Thank you. And Spain fully supports the statement made on behalf of the EU and its member states. We wish to make the following comments in our national capacity. We would like to thank the Director General for the reports on progress achieved in the prevention and control of NCDs, including cancer, and implementation of the resolutions on the various aspects of these issues. Various types of surgery are key components of the treatment and control of NCDs and effective treatment of cancer, which save lives. And that's why surgery and anesthesia have been incorporated as essential interventions for all people, so that they have access to these wherever they may come from, in order to ensure the equal access to the right to health, as included in SDG 3.8 on UHC. We propose that in the next reports of the Director General on NCDs, that there should also be a mention of progress made in achieving implementation of WHA 6815, that considers the strengthening emergency and essential surgical care and anesthesia in the context of UHC as a result of WHA 6815. We wish to request the Director General that they provide guidance to Member States on these aspects, strengthening the emergency and essential surgical care program of WHO, pursuant to WHA Resolution 6815, and update information on surgical procedures carried out and the availability of qualified personnel to follow up access to these services. Thank you very much indeed.
Now to France, to be followed by Slovakia.
Bonjour. Good day. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. France, as a partner with the European Union, welcomes the statement that has been made by the US this morning, returning to the WHO and part of the response efforts to COVID-19. This will be a determining factor in the success of these initiatives. France wants to have multilateral and solidarity measures for the global efforts, and we therefore welcome the approach of the United States and is ready to work actively with the American government, hand in hand with its European partners, of course. France thanks the Director General of the WHO on its report on the prevention of non-communicable diseases and welcomes the draft decision in the way that it addresses this as a public health issue, which was initiated by the Russian Federation and that France has the pleasure of co-sponsoring. France also welcomes the evaluation and the elaboration of a plan of action to fight non-communicable diseases and reminds that these NCDs are a major public health issue. Amongst them, the figures on diabetes are, of course, alarming, with a rising rate of mortality over the last few years, while some 90 or 98% of people with diabetes don't know that they have the disease. So these figures are very alarming. We have 150 million, or 1 out of 10 adults that will be affected by diabetes in the near future. Of course, COVID-19 has only increased the seriousness of the situation, which requires immediate action. We need global action as well to ensure equity. Policies need to be adapted to ensure proper care with the involvement of civil society and people living with these diseases when we come up with guidelines and strategies for implementation at a national level. In 2021, we will celebrate the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin, which of course marks considerable progress for those people that have type 1 diabetes. However, many people throughout the world still don't have access to diagnostics or insulin or other types of care. France would like to reaffirm its commitment, its full commitment to this issue, and welcomes on the 14th of April 2021 in Geneva the Global Pact on Diabetes, which will be announced on the Global Day for Diabetes. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. And now Slovakia, to be followed by Zimbabwe.
We welcome the prioritization of the oral health that disproportionately affects vulnerable. The Slovak Republic would like to thank Sri Lanka for their leadership and is pleased to join the initiative together with a number of countries and with tireless support of the Secretariat. We welcome the EU 27. Sorry? Do you hear me? We welcome the EU 27 co-sponsorship of this important resolution. We would like to draw your attention to several challenges ahead. The economic and social determinants of these diseases call for our accelerated action to strengthen universal health coverage including through the oral health. Furthermore, it is inevitable reverse decrease by 50% in participation in the prevention of children and adults related to general and dental checkups. We highlight forthcoming global strategy and technical guidance for dentists and general medicine specialists in order to promote a provision of safe dental health care during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as effective prevention, reduction of disease cases, and treatment costs. In conclusion, we would like to echo several colleagues from several countries and to re-emphasize that good oral health is essential. And attention to oral diseases can address serious complications in treating other diseases and also severe cases such as transplant, dialysis, diabetes, and other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Zimbabwe, to be followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. Zimbabwe aligns its statement to the one delivered by Madagascar on behalf of the WHO Africa region. We thank the Secretariat for the reports and commendable work. Mr. Chairperson, we are concerned that progress in preventing and controlling premature death from non-communicable diseases has been inadequate and that many countries remain off track to achieve the related Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, we call for enhanced political and financial commitments to NCDs. Chair, we also note with concern that in low and middle income countries, the premature mortality rates due to diabetes increased in the reporting period. The overall lack of progress in addressing diabetes as a public health problem is particularly concerning as people living with diabetes.
The sound quality is very poor.
May I proceed, Chair?
Apologies, distinguished delegate from Zimbabwe. It seems that we're having some sound issues. If I may suggest that we would move to Jamaica and then she'll try and come back to you. Thank you for your understanding. That being said, Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chair, Jamaica wishes to thank Director General and the Secretariat for their comprehensive reports under this agenda item. Globally, NCDs remain the leading causes of death and disability, with a disproportionate effect on low and middle income countries. With the support of the IDB, our implementation of the Health System Strengthening Program for Prevention and Care Management of NCDs will undoubtedly assist in our fight against NCDs. The program, which has both policy and investment components, will be implemented over a 5-year period. Chair, the report highlights the deadly interplay between COVID-19 and NCDs, with persons living with hypertension and or diabetes 2 to 4 times more vulnerable to severe illness and or death from the virus. Diabetes in particular was found to be among the top leading causes of death in 2019. Despite the available data, there has been insufficient progress in addressing diabetes as a public health problem due in part to limited funding. This year, the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin provides an opportunity to increase the prioritization of addressing the worsening epidemic of diabetes in a targeted way and to build momentum on response efforts. Jamaica looks forward to participating in the commemorative activities in the margin of the WHA 74 to mark this momentous occasion. Chair, the effective implementation of the NCD gap 2013 to 2030 and the complementary role of the coordination under the GCM critical to improving gains on prevention, control, NCDs. Are you hearing me?
We are, thank you.
Okay, continuing. We therefore support a stock-taking process on the implementation of the objective of the NCD gap and resultingly take the necessary corrective measures to reorient the relevant aspects of the plan. Jamaica further supports the development of an implementation roadmap 2023-2030 for GAP, as well as an option paper for the GC, including its possible extension. Given the strong linkages in NCD and oral diseases, also welcome the development of a global strategy on tackling oral diseases, which would be aligned to the GAP, as well as its translation into an action plan. In closing, Jamaica takes note of the reports and endorses the draft decisions and resolution on this agenda item as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. And let us now try and reconnect with Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Chair. I hope I'm clearer.
You are indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zimbabwe aligns its statement to the one delivered by Madagascar on behalf of the WHO Africa region. We thank the Secretariat for the reports and commendable work. Mr. Chairperson, we are concerned that progress in preventing and controlling premature death from non-communicable diseases has been inadequate and that many countries remain off track to achieve the related sustainable development goals. In this regard, we call for enhanced political and financial commitments to NCDs. Chair, we also note with concern that in low and middle income countries, the premature mortality rate due to diabetes increased in the reporting period. The overall lack of progress in addressing diabetes as a public health problem is particularly concerning as people living with diabetes are at a higher risk of developing severe COVID-19 symptoms. We thus look forward to further engagement on major obstacles and how to ensure achievement of related diabetes objectives. In this regard, we wish to thank Russia for leading the development of a decision point on this matter, a decision which we support. With regards to oral diseases, we are concerned over their high prevalence as well as high out-of-pocket spending culminating from them. In light of the foregoing, we call for increased mobilization of resources, especially flexible funds, including in the context of the ongoing discussions on the program budgets and sustainable financing. We also believe that to achieve greater progress, there is need for oral health to be effectively integrated into the NCDs, universal health coverage, neglected and tropical diseases, as well as environmental health. In conclusion, the training of the oral health workforce should be designed to foster integrated, people-centered health services by also enabling interprofessional education, task shifting, a wider team approach that involves mid-level community health workers, as well as the development of best buy interventions on oral health. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now to the Philippines, to be followed by Myanmar.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines is grateful for the Secretariat's support in developing and strengthening policies, standards, and capacities in addressing NCDs. We appreciate the utility of the global and regional action plans on NCDs in crafting and implementing national strategies. We would like to emphasize that the prevention and the control of modifiable and behavioral NCD risk factors is crucial in ensuring better oral health. Strengthening NCD-related interventions to prevent the development of disease and its complications will result to a decrease in both premature deaths and in the incidence of oral diseases. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippines is committed to implementing cost-effective interventions to address common risk factors, namely tobacco and alcohol use, unhealthy diet, among others. We have strengthened advocacy on taxes and other deterrents on unhealthy products, as well as health promotion to make NCD services accessible in primary care settings. As people living with NCDs are at higher risk of contracting and developing the severe case of COVID-19, the Philippines issued several interim guidelines in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly on cancer, essential health services, health facilities, tobacco control, nutrition services, mental health, and psychosocial support. The Philippines is committed to sustaining current efforts and developing innovative ones to address NCDs and oral health. We believe that it is imperative to strengthen support to systems of multi-sectoral collaboration for NCD services for all people at all ages, from prevention, management, and even long-term care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now to Myanmar, to be followed by South Africa.
Mr. Chair, Myanmar thanks the Director General for his report on oral health. We recognize that oral diseases are among the most prevalent non-communicable diseases globally, with 3.5 billion people suffering from them. We are also concerned that 60% of the countries reported partially or complete disruption of oral health services due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore crucial to provide them with adequate protective equipment in order to carry out essential oral health services. Mr. Chair, in Myanmar, the Ministry of Health and Schools has been implementing a primary oral health care project in all townships for long-term perspective. From the national circumstances, we would like to suggest the following areas to address the oral health care services. Prioritize people groups who are receiving effective oral health care services, address the problem of untreated dental care, and implement appropriate restorative program for specific country. Adopt CRFA for prevention of NCDs, including oral cancer. Use digitalization for oral health education program, routine data collection and aggregation, and propose the SOP for primary and comprehensive dental treatment in accordance with updated information of COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chair, it would be desirable if the WHO could help with provision of essential oral health services in the context of COVID-19, ending childhood dental caries and tobacco cessation, as well as the upcoming second Myanmar National Oral Health Survey, by establishing or enlargement of oral health. We would like to express our appreciation to Sri Lanka for its draft resolution on oral health. Taking into consideration of the global status of the oral health care services, we support the draft resolution and wish to be listed as a co-sponsor of the draft resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And now to South Africa, to be followed by Uruguay.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa aligns with the Africa Group statement read by Madagascar on behalf of the African member states on NCDs. We thank Secretariat for the comprehensive reports and the midterm evaluation. NCDs remain a major public health challenge in South Africa as it is in the rest of the world. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the contribution of NCDs in driving disease outcomes has become very evident, and I think emphasizes the importance of NCDs and concerted efforts to address NCDs. In addition, NCDs place a heavy burden on health systems and often impedes implementation of implementing integrated services. Now, in addition to the regional statement, we would just like to add maybe 3 brief points. Firstly, we'd like to underscore the importance of sustainable and predictable funding for NCD programs, as well as adequate financing in countries for NCDs. Secondly, we do need to strengthen implementation. We have been working on GCM and a number of NCD programs, but we do really need to strengthen implementation in the coming term for the range of programs. And in particular, I would like to mention diabetes and hypertension. Thirdly, one area which we believe needs further attention is related to expanding access to effective treatments and other health technologies for cancers and rare and orphan diseases. In this year, when we'll be commemorating discovery of insulin, we think that it's really important for us to be thinking about access to treatments, affordable treatments. And we look forward to making further proposals in this regard. We look forward to the roadmap and participating in consultations on the various areas of work that have been outlined in the documents presented by Secretariat. And finally, we would like to lend our support to the draft decisions that have been presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. And just before we take the final member state intervention, we understand that EB member Sudan should wish to take the floor. If you may take Sudan's intervention, it should be followed by Uruguay. Thank you, Sudan, you have the floor. Distinguished delegate from Sudan, we're unable to hear you. If we could just double check the mute on your side. Thank you. Apologies, we're still unable to hear you. May I suggest that we proceed with the statement from Uruguay, and we shall come back to you. Thank you, and Uruguay, you have the floor.
Buenos días. Uruguay agradece el informe del director general sobre las enfermedades no transmisibles y las decisiones presentadas por la Federación de Rusia bajo este punto de la agenda, que ha copatrocinado. La comunidad internacional debe concentrar sus esfuerzos para caminar más efectivamente hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, en particular las metas relacionadas con las enfermedades no transmisibles. Es importante señalar que el grupo de enfermedades no transmisibles, principalmente las enfermedades cardiovasculares, respiratorias crónicas, cáncer, diabetes, son la mayor causa de muerte prematura y de discapacidad en la mayoría de los países de las Américas. Además, han sido un factor que ha potenciado los casos de COVID-19 entre quienes la sufren. Dichas patologías comparten factores de riesgo comunes que incluyen el tabaquismo, la inactividad física, el uso nocivo del alcohol y la dieta no saludable. Las enfermedades no transmisibles se pueden prevenir y controlar a través de cambios en el estilo de vida, políticas públicas e intervenciones de salud y requieren un abordaje intersectorial e integrado. Uruguay ha demostrado su compromiso con las causas de las enfermedades no transmisibles en el pasado y reitera su voluntad de continuar trabajando para erradicar estas enfermedades con la Organización Mundial de la Salud y la comunidad internacional en su conjunto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And let us now try and connect with Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor. I'm sorry, we're still unable to hear you, Sudan. As this would be the last intervention from member states, may I, through the chair, propose that we would move to those non-state actor statements. I understand that we've received a number of requests by non-state actors in official relations to speak under this agenda item. Again, the speakers list follows the order in which the statements were submitted. And with permission from the chair, I shall now read through those non-state actors to give them a chance to take the floor. That being said, I would wish to call upon the representative of the World Obesity Federation. Thank you, you have the floor. It seems that we're unable to connect with the World Obesity Federation at this time. I've also seen that we have a hand raised by Palestine. So may I suggest that we would take the statement from Palestine. Thank you, and you have the floor.
Merci. Thank you. Fabien.
We can indeed. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And Palestine supports the statement made on behalf of EMRO Group, delivered by Tunisia, in relation to item 5 on patient safety, and the statement made by His Excellency the Minister of Health of Oman on NCDs. Chair, the inhabitants of occupied Palestine, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip, suffer from obesity and NCDs as a result of malnutrition and its consequences for health. Diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension are also a problem. Diabetes is the fourth main cause of death for Palestinians after cardiovascular disease, cancer, and cerebral vascular disease. There is a Palestinian Center for NCDs, which plays a very important role, thanks to awareness-raising programs and educational efforts to try to limit the number of deaths caused by NCDs. And we work extremely hard to try to reach everybody in our society, in spite of the challenges of the current COVID-19 pandemic. Mortality linked to NCDs in occupied Palestine remains very high compared to any other cause of death. And my delegation wishes to thank the WHO for these reports and for its research on NCDs. And we welcome your cooperation with the Palestinian Ministry of Health through our WHO office in East Jerusalem. Finally, Chair, we underscore the importance of this cooperation and its collaboration to strengthening the capacities of Palestinian institutions, and we call for a further strengthening of that cooperation with the participation of all health partners. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. And let us now once again try to connect with those non-state actors in official relations who have submitted statements under this agenda item. Once more, the World Obesity Federation, you have the floor.
On the political declaration of the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of NCDs. While we appreciate the work done by WHO and member states to raise the profile of NCDs globally, we remain concerned that progress with regards to diet-related NCDs has been too slow. Despite the agreement from member states to the global targets of 2025 to halt the rise in obesity at 2010 levels, trends show that most countries have a less than 10% chance of meeting the target. Obesity is a chronic relapsing disease that can be both prevented and treated effectively. The evidence is also clearly showing that obesity is a key risk factor for COVID-19 complications, and people living with obesity are almost twice as likely to die as a result. We therefore call on member states to recognize obesity as a disease, not only a risk factor, to include the prevention, management, and treatment of obesity as a priority in UHC efforts and as a vital pathway to meet any other SDG targets. To call on WHO to conduct a review of the implementation of the report on the Commission of Ending Childhood Obesity, and to work towards a WHO resolution on obesity covering the prevention, treatment, and management, ensuring that people living with obesity are actively engaged throughout the process. The evidence on the close association between COVID-19 and underlying obesity provides a new urgency and opportunity for global action. Our window of opportunity to fund and implement actions to ensure better, more resilient, and sustainable health for all is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Could the Secretariat ask the speakers to speak slowly for the benefit of the interpreters, please?
And a message from our wonderful interpretation services to please remind those that are speaking to do so slowly so that your interventions may be interpreted accordingly. And a reminder that non-state actors have 1 minute. Thank you. And we would now call upon the Worldwide Hospice Palliative Care Alliance. I shall now invite the International Alliance of Patients Organizations. IAPO, you have the floor. I shall now invite the International Federation of Medical Students Associations. You have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates. The International Federation of Medical Student Associations, one of the largest and oldest youth-led organizations globally, applauds the WHO on their efforts to decrease the burden of non-communicable diseases. As future healthcare professionals, we affirm the need for global multisectoral action on awareness, surveillance, prevention, control, and management on STDs. As NCDs share common risk factors, we see a prominent opportunity for comprehensive, coordinated, and preventive action to tackle them as a group. The IFMSA believes that the global youth have an important role to play in the prevention and control of NCDs. Therefore, we call upon all the stakeholders to recognize the NCDs as a major public health threat and commit to surveillance, prevention, control, and management of NCDs at all levels, meaningfully involving young people at every step of the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Handicap International Federation. You have the floor. To the World Cancer Research Fund International, you have the floor. With your indulgence, I might just very quickly check with our colleagues in IT, just to make sure that there are no connection issues, and to make sure that those non-state actors would be able to take the floor. Seems to be. That being said, I should wish to call upon the Alzheimer's Disease International, ADI, you have the floor. Let us call upon the representative from the International Diabetes Federation, IDF, you have the floor. May we call upon the representative of the European Society for Medical Oncology, you have the floor.
The European Society for Medical Oncology, ESMO, is a global network of more than 25,000 cancer professionals from over 160 countries. ESMO welcomes the proposal for a review of the NCD Global Action Plan and proposed greater risk of poorer COVID-19 outcomes. As medical doctors who work hard every day to save lives, we are concerned about WHO reporting that many member states are not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development and Political Declaration goals. This is especially concerning when WHO and UN resolutions provide clear, actionable blueprints, and the investment case included in the WHO report on cancer states that $1 invested in cancer control yields a full social return of $9.50. We call on governments to prioritize the investments in cost-effective, impactful, high-quality, essential health services that are affordable, and to fully integrate cancer into NCD plans and universal health coverage packages. We request stronger measures for cancer prevention that address the social, economic, and environmental determinants of the disease, and we applaud all efforts in health literacy to empower individuals to make informed, healthy choices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and pleased that we were able to connect with you. If we may now call upon the representative from Médecins Sans Frontières International, MSF, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Indeed we can. Please proceed. Thank you.
MSF welcomes the progress report on oral health, and more particularly NOMA. NOMA starts with a nodule in the mouth and quickly leads to stigmatizing disfigurement. It affects up to 140,000 people annually with a high mortality rate. It can be easily prevented. It can be treated with a short course of antibiotics, but only if it is detected early. We recommend that the WHO recognize NOMA as a neglected tropical disease of highest importance in order to raise awareness of its burden and trigger more actions of prevention and case detection in the field. With regards to NCDs, we note that fewer than half of people with diabetes who need insulin have access to it 100 years after its discovery. MSF supports WHO's proposal to set global targets for diabetes care based on HIV programming's 1990 targets. WHO member states must support a resolution to make tools for diabetes care widely accessible and prioritize improving access for people who require insulin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now to Movendi International, you have the floor.
Report on the political declaration of the third UN high-level meeting on NCDs. However, we are deeply concerned about the lack of progress towards the target of a 10% reduction in per capita alcohol use. In many countries, alcohol consumption is projected to even increase. Alcohol fuels both the coronavirus pandemic and the NCDs tsunami. This fact is an urgent reminder to scale up alcohol policy action, to help contain the pandemic, to turn the tide on NCDs, and to promote development for all. We urge member states to make alcohol policy the priority it should be and to implement the WHO's safer technical package. And secondly, to raise and allocate resources commensurate with the health and development burden caused by alcohol. Alcohol policy solutions hold vast and largely untapped potential to help turn the tide on NCDs and to help build back better after the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just wishing to note that the next interventions from non-state actors are specific to the oral health, to document EB 148/8. We would wish to invite the representative from the World Federation of Public Health Associations to take the floor. Thank you. You have the floor. And we shall now invite the representative from the International Society of Nephrology to take the floor. Thank you. And ISN, you have the floor.
Honourable Chair, distinguished delegates, the International Society of Nephrology welcomes this report and supports its recommendations on how to achieve better oral health. Many of the 3.5 billion people suffering from oral diseases are from lower economic backgrounds and often experience catastrophic healthcare costs to secure oral care. People suffering from chronic kidney disease experience complications that may contribute to poor oral health, whilst untreated oral lesions in kidney transplant patients can also lead to high graft rejection rates. Poor oral health can contribute to increased morbidity and mortality in patients suffering from chronic kidney disease, as it may lead to inflammation, infections, and protein energy wasting, which severely undermine patients' quality of life. The inclusion of oral healthcare within universal healthcare packages is thus vital to ensuring equitable access to medical treatment for patients with kidney disease. Hence, we call upon member states and the WHO to take the recommended actions to tackle the global burden of oral diseases and increase access to primary oral healthcare as part of universal health coverage packages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall now invite the World Dental Federation to take the floor.
On behalf of FDI World Dental Federation and supported by the NCD Alliance, we welcome the DG's report and thank member states for the resolution on oral health led by Sri Lanka. We ask that you emphasise the need to, 1, engage oral health professionals and leverage the expertise of dental associations when developing national plans. 2, integrate essential oral health services into UHC benefit packages, including community-based fluoridation programs, and secure equitable access to affordable fluoridated toothpaste. 3, prioritise research to find a viable material to replace dental amalgam that is also affordable and accessible globally and environmentally sound. 4, address cleft lip and palate affecting 1 in 500 births as an effective strategy to prevent long-term oral health issues. And 5, allocate sufficient oral health budgets and improve oral health surveillance, data collection and monitoring. FDI's new publication, Vision 2030, Delivering Optimal Oral Health for All, is a valuable resource that can support member states' efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to the International Association for Dental Research. You have the floor. To the International Association for Dental Research.
Yes, can you hear me?
Indeed we can. Thank you.
I apologize for that. The International Association for Dental Research strongly supports the Director General's report and the member states' draft resolution on oral health, and has the following three comments for emphasis and clarification. Research must be prioritized as an action item to strengthen the evidence base for oral disease prevention and oral health promotion. Cleft lip and palate, as the second most common birth defect amongst live births, must be included in any comprehensive oral health plan. Fluoride at optimal levels should be expanded and include its automatic administration in drinking water, salt, or milk, in addition to the provision of affordable fluoride toothpaste. Please ensure the financial resources are adequate to meet the goals of the resolution. Thank you. Over, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now to Medicus Mundi International, you have the floor. Medicus Mundi, just confirming you have the floor. May we then invite the representative from the World Heart Federation to take the floor. WHF, over to you.
The World Heart Federation, International Diabetes Federation, International Society for Nephrology, and World Stroke Organization thank you for the opportunity to make this statement supported by the Global Coalition for Circulatory Health. This coalition, of which we are all members, brings together international, regional, and national stakeholders in circulatory health to drive the urgent action needed to combat heart disease, stroke, kidney disease, and diabetes, the world's greatest killers. Yet we do not seek to tackle these problems in isolation. Studies have shown that oral and circulatory health are connected, and people who have poor oral health have higher rates of cardiovascular and circulatory problems. In addition, many circulatory diseases may lead to disabilities that impair the possibility to maintain good oral health. We therefore welcome the Director General's report and thank Member States for the proposed resolution on oral health. Achieving better oral health through integration with NCD and UHC agendas is critical to the successful delivery of the SDGs. We support the resolution and its call to develop a global oral health strategy and action plan. We encourage Member States to adopt the proposed resolution to secure the health and well-being of populations and recognize that oral health conditions affect over 3.5 billion people worldwide, disproportionately impacting those from lower and middle income countries, those from marginalized groups, and those with pre-existing circulatory conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. We understand that earlier some of the non-state actors who were called upon due to technical issues were unfortunately unable to take the floor. So now with the chair's permission, we should like to recall upon those non-state actors in the hope that they will be able to make their statement. With that, I should wish to call upon the World Obesity Federation. You have the floor. Okay, let us then try the World Cancer Research Fund International. You have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Indeed we can. Happy to be connected. Over to you.
UICC and World Obesity Federation, supported by the NCD Alliance, welcome the Director General's report on the political declaration of the third UN high-level meeting on the prevention and control of NCDs, including Annex 3. However, progress in ending malnutrition in all its forms and preventing NCDs is off track. The SDGs 2025 WHO nutrition and NCD targets are unlikely to be met. We commend WHO's leadership. However, member state policy responses to obesity and diet-related NCDs are inadequately prioritized, implemented, and resourced. We urge member states to accelerate efforts to develop and implement diet-related best buy, NCD policies, and double duty actions. Raise and allocate adequate resources for policies to promote healthy diets and address obesity through domestic and donor sources. Include diet-related NCD policy into COVID-19 pandemic response. Recognize and address actions by the food and beverage industry that undermine health. Engage civil society to help strengthen action networks and monitor progress towards targets. The forthcoming UN Food Systems and Nutrition for Growth Summits and G7 provide vital opportunities for all stakeholders to accelerate efforts to secure healthy diets for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll just try and connect once again with the International Diabetes Federation. You have the floor.
Okay now? Yes.
It is. Please proceed. Thank you.
On behalf of the International Diabetes Federation, the International Society of Nephrology, the World Heart Federation, the World Stroke Organization, and is supported by the NCD Alliance. Circulatory diseases are the world's #1 cause of disability and mortality. Every year, diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, and stroke are responsible for more than 20 million deaths. In 2016, the global burden amounted to almost 500 million years. Since the year 2000, the number of people living with diabetes has tripled, and diabetes-related mortality has increased by 70%. The prevalence of cardiovascular multimorbidity has also increased over the past 20 years. Efforts to prevent and control diabetes can have a positive impact in protecting circulatory health. We therefore urge member states to approve the draft decision on addressing diabetes and to develop a draft resolution for consideration by the 74th World Health Assembly on strengthening efforts to address diabetes as a public health concern as part of universal health coverage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you once again to all of our non-state actors, and apologies for any technical issues in connecting. Again, this is the world that we are living in, so we beg your indulgence with that. As I understand, there are no further requests to take the floor. So with that, I should have the pleasure of handing back to His Excellency, to Mr. Chair. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We understand that the Secretariat response shall be coordinated by our Deputy Director General, Dr. Susanna Yekab. However, before we do bring in our DDG, we understand that the Regional Director from the Southeast Asia region should wish to intervene on this item. Thank you very much. And now to RD Sierra.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, Director General, the WHO Southeast Asia region is committed to preventing and controlling non-communicable diseases by identifying and implementing high-impact and cost-effective Best Buy interventions. Since 2014, the battle against NCDs has been one of 7 and now 8 flagship priorities, which have since been aligned with the region's sustain, accelerate, innovate vision, and our efforts to deliver measurable impact at the country level. Such efforts are commensurate with the region's implementation of the 13th General Program of Work and built on global momentum to tackle NCDs reflected in the political declaration of the 3rd high-level meeting of the UNGA on the prevention and control of NCDs. In 2016, all member states in the region adopted the Colombo Declaration, which focuses on improving the quality and accessibility of NCD services at the primary level. By 2018, all member states had begun implementing national multi-sectoral action plans to address what they unanimously agree is an immense threat to health, well-being, and sustainable development. The region's 2019 progress report on UHC highlights a continued leadership in the collection and monitoring of high-quality data on NCDs and the provision of services to detect, treat, and control them. The innovative service delivery models for NCD care that countries have developed and applied throughout the COVID-19 response, including the expansion of telemedicine and the doorstep delivery of essential medical products, is impressive. Throughout the COVID-19 response, recovery, and beyond, WHO will continue to support all countries to identify and implement innovative ways to strengthen health systems and ensure that all people can access the services they need to prevent and control NCDs. The region will increasingly focus on enhancing access to mental health services and welcomes the EB's consideration of a decision on promoting mental health preparedness and response, a proposal supported and co-sponsored by several member states in the region and beyond. The region will continue to work across sectors to address indoor and ambient air pollution and reduce the health impacts of both. All member states are committed to identifying and implementing population-based interventions that will improve the food environment and reduce the incidence of the 4 major NCDs. WHO will continue to mobilize political commitment in often overlooked issues such as oral health, and the Director General's report in this regard has been widely welcomed. We will continue to help member states overcome remaining policy and implementation challenges, several of which were highlighted in an independent evaluation audit the regional office commissioned last year. The region looks forward to continuing to contribute to global NCD monitoring and evaluation and to accelerating progress towards achieving the region's flagship priorities, contributing to the triple billion targets and advancing towards SDG 3, health and well-being for all at all ages. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. First of all, I'd like to thank Member States for the rich discussion and the valuable guidance on the DG's progress reports, also on oral health and on diabetes. NCDs and mental health are a priority for WHO. They are a high priority for our Director General, and he has been leading us and encouraging us to full implementation of our NCD commitments pre-COVID as well as during the COVID. Therefore, we have prioritized our strategic work across the 3 levels of the organization and also across departments on NCDs and their risk factors. We established an internal coordination mechanism to ensure an integrated approach in our work, both horizontally and vertically. We will respond to the issues raised by you together with the ADGs and with Bente Mikkelsen, Director of the NCD Division on Diabetes. But due to the shortage of time, we will have to stay at the high level, and we cannot do justice to all the questions and issues that you have raised. But I'd like to assure you that we took good notes of all the issues, and on some of them, we will get back to you also offline. Let me highlight some of the progress that we have made recently since the report, the DG's report that is in front of you, has been finalized in October, because a lot of things have happened since then. But it is also clear that even with this, we have to scale up this piece of work to ensure that we reach the SDGs and also the GPW targets. So just to give you a few highlights of what we did in the last couple of months. We launched the WHO Global Strategy to accelerate cervical cancer elimination with an ambitious but achievable 90-70-90 target. And we have provided additional normative guidance for all pillars and initiated country support. We have also launched the WHO Global Compact of Diabetes in April. We have developed a new initiative for small island development states that will cover also NCDs, among many other things. We have continued to develop tools and monitor air pollution and to actively promote also the interventions. We celebrated the big event for mental health. We celebrated that 3 million people across 18 countries are now better protected from heart disease. And in December 2020, WHO convened an informal consultation on people living with NCDs to explore meaningful engagement of lived experience. In December 2020, the UN General Assembly adopted the Global Health and Foreign Policy Resolution, which noted with concern that people living with NCDs are more susceptible to the risk of developing severe COVID-19 symptoms and are among the most affected by the pandemic. The resolution also recognized that necessary efforts for the prevention and control of premature death and disability from NCDs are hampered by the lack of universal access to health services, medicines, diagnostic, health technologies, as well as global shortage of qualified health workers. WHO launched new global health estimates, highlighting the leading cause of mortality and loss of health in all regions of the world. For the first time, NCDs were reported to be 7 of the 10 leading causes of global mortality, responsible for over 70% of all global deaths. The evaluations of the WHO Global NCD Action Plan and the Global Coordination Mechanism provides us with an opportunity to innovate WHO's program on the prevention and control of NCDs and develop a more strategic implementation plan. Therefore, the implementation roadmap on the GAP and the options paper on the GCM, as the resolution envisages, is a good way forward. We will consult member states on this, and we would like to thank Russia for its leadership. On COVID-19, as many of you raised, in 2020, we saw how COVID-19 affects people's mental health, and we saw how particularly vulnerable people with NCDs are to die from pandemics like the COVID-19, and how vital it is to ensure that screening and treatment programs for diseases such as cancer, diabetes, and heart disease are accessible to all who need them when they need them to build preparedness for any new pandemic. It will be a major focus in 2021 to include NCDs into the primary healthcare roadmap to achieve SDG 3.8 on UHC. The new Global Diabetes Compact and the campaign to help 100 million people quit tobacco will be an essential part on this. And then finally, let me also emphasize that it is 14 years after oral health was last considered by the EB members. And this initiative, led by Sri Lanka, provides a strategic opportunity to address an important and relevant public health challenge. It will reposition oral health as part of the global health agenda in the context of a promising universal health coverage. So thanks to Sri Lanka and all the member states who supported it for this unprecedented support and consensus. And with this, I'd like to hand over to Ren Mingui, ADG for Universal Health Coverage, Communicable and Non-Communicable Diseases. Ren, you have the floor.
Thank you, DDG. Probably I have to follow my colleagues in the Secretary speak my one of the UN language, which is Chinese. 感谢俄罗斯以及
Thank you. Thank the Russian Federation for submitting the proposal of this resolution. I would like to mention several problems. First, about the financing. Financing for the NCD is a problem that has remained for years. We have noticed in more and more countries, especially in economic cooperation countries, they started to pay attention to this area and by national assistance plans to provide support to WHO and other multilateral organizations to support work in NCD and mental health. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Norway. They have set a great example in this area. We also hope that more countries in the Economic Cooperation Organization will be able to support us with finance support and also to support multilateral mechanism in prevention and control of NCD. Help us to conduct work in this area, provide us with more funds, especially to support poor countries in this area. Second, many member states have mentioned the problem of integration, including the integration of NCD, HIV, TB, malaria, and other related public health service. Many member states even mentioned oral health, how to integrate it with other chronic and NCD disease. WHO has now made a lot of efforts in this area. We have set up a NCD division, TB division, malaria division, and work with colleagues in the related areas. They together have developed a draft, and we have other colleagues to work with us. This is one of the results and fruit of the reformation of the organization. We hope to publish this guideline as soon as possible to guide member states to work in this area. The third point is about the health workforce. As member states mentioned, there is insufficiency in the workforce in the health. Indeed, in the future 10 years, if we maintain the current situation, we won't be able to reduce the premature death goals due to the NCD. And in low and mid-income countries, there is a shortfall of 18 million health workers.
And with the NCD burden and shifting demographics will generate demand for additional 40 million health workers globally by 2030. This is particularly important for NCDs, which are the world's biggest silent killer, which will take the lives of 150 million people aged 30 to 70 years during the next decade. Most of these premature deaths happen in low and middle income countries where there is already a shortfall of health workers, and these premature deaths can be avoided or delayed if the proper care is provided. So there is an urgent need to ensure the proper recruitment, deployment, and retainment of healthcare workers that are adequately trained, supervised, and empowered to deliver the quality care to people living with NCDs, including oral health care. The other question is on COVID-19. This pandemic has exposed many weaknesses in our public health systems. So these weaknesses should be addressed so that among all the response and recovery measures, we can integrate measures to respond to the needs of NCD prevention control and the needs to address mental health. We cannot wait too long to invest in NCDs. Investing in NCDs will accelerate every country's own recovery. WHO has already issued many guidelines to avoid any interruption of essential healthcare services during the pandemic, including essential services in oral health, in mental health. So we will continue to work and continue to issue new guidelines depending on the evolution of the pandemic. On mental health, when we discussed the pandemic response, and many suggestions were submitted by member states. In this area, we do realize that with almost 1 billion people, which is 13% of the world's population, are deemed to have a mental disorder. However, countries only spend on average less than 2% of their health budgets on mental health, as original targets were not met. So the mental health action plan would be extended to 2030. We must seize this opportunity to double efforts on mental health, on oral health. Many comments have been made, and I thank Sri Lanka and other member states for co-sponsoring the draft resolution on oral health. We would hope that a service on oral health would be integrated into primary health care as part of UHC benefit packages. WHO will continue to work in this area.
Two specific questions raised by the representative of Israel. One is global report on oral health. This report will be released in the second quarter of 2021. The report will focus on oral health as public health within the framework of NCD and universal health coverage. It will help pave the ways for the renewed global oral health agenda towards 2030. The countries are more than welcome to join the consultation process of report development. The second question raised by Israel is Be Mobile, Be Healthy and Be Mobile, which is a joint initiative of WHO with International Telecommunication Union, as ITU, that was established in the year 2013 as it's December 2020. This digital health initiative using innovative diagnostic tools to inform and educate people covers over 14 million people in 11 countries and 16 programs within NCD. In addition, 11 million people received information on COVID-19 and 330,000 people were reached regarding the diabetes programs. The current projects include cooperation with UNICEF and other UN agencies and telecommunication companies to text people directly on their mobile phone within the vital health messages to help and protect them from COVID-19 pandemic. And this message will reach millions of people who aren't able to be connected to the internet for the information. Of course, digital health is top priority for WHO. We'll scale up Be Health, Be Mobile initiative to support NCD and other very important public health programs this year and afterwards. Thank you. I'll leave the questions and comments on diabetes to Bente.
Thank you very much, Ren. And with this, I pass the floor to Naoko Yamamoto, ADG on healthy populations, who will address, among other issues, the operational framework, health equity issues, and also the SIDS. Over to you.
Thank you, DDG. And I also thank all member states and partners for their important comments. Member states highlighted the importance of prevention and health promotion. NCDs affect all aspects of people's health, and NCD are also influenced by many other factors that influence health, such as environment, climate change, and socioeconomic development. Member states stress the importance of tackling air pollution and accelerating the access to clean energy. WHO continues to work with partners for the Health and Energy Platform, we call HEPA. Regarding the question about our approach to commercial determinant, WHO is recommending regulatory measures such as fiscal policies, marketing controls, and information to consumers, including labeling. WHO also fosters economic interests that are beneficial for health. To support member states to work to address NCD with comprehensive and multi-sectorial approach, the Secretariat has developed the implementation framework of the third billion. The framework articulates our approach for achieving the goal, which coherent across the three levels of WHO to support member states. The framework will support our work for social, behavioral, economic, and environment interventions for healthier population. It will contribute effort to the prevention, control of non-communicable diseases to achieve GPW 13 triple billion targets as well as SDGs. We will keep member states informed that the framework through relevant briefing after this EB. Many member states mentioned sugar reduction and processed food. WHO has worked for guidelines and tools on improving diet, including new framework on public food procurement. And the question about the clarification about the obesity by the World Obesity Federation. The obesity is listed as a disease in ICD-11 code 5B81. Member states mention about health equity. The poorest and the most vulnerable community and people are most at risk of NCD. COVID-19 crisis showed us the challenge we face. WHO will continue to work with member states to address their needs and limit health inequalities. Great oral health is essential for the health and well-being for all, especially for elderly. The Secretariat continues to work with member states as a part of the Decade for Health Aging 2021 to 2030. To strengthen our effort for the health promotion and NCD prevention, the specific need of each country and region need to be addressed. That is why we are working to address particular situation of SDG, situation of SIDS, small island developing states. As DG said that in his opening remarks, we are planning to host the SIDS Health Summit in June 2021 to address the interplay of NCD, climate change, and nutrition. Again, thank you all member states and partners for their comments and support.
Thank you. Thank you now, Koyamamoto. And with this, I pass it on to Bente Mikkelsen for final comment on our side before the DG makes his concluding remarks. Bente.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Member States, for very important guidance and leadership on diabetes and NCD, of course. So thank you for recognizing that diabetes now have turned on to a global epidemic with 6% of the world's population actually already having diabetes. And we expect that we will have a number rising to 570 million by 2030 and as many as 700 million by 2025. We also have heard the recognition that this is now among the 10 leading reasons of deaths, causes of deaths. And we also know that 1 in 2 adults with diabetes are unaware of their status, and 4 of 5 adults with undiagnosed diabetes live in developing countries. So we are very happy to take up this task in a much more active and forceful way, as been mentioned by the member states. So many has also mentioned that during the COVID, we did a rapid assessment survey, and as many as 80 of the countries reported complete or partial disruption. So that leads us to, in the year of the 100th year of anniversary since the discovery by the University of Toronto of insulin, combined with the realization that to really build preparedness, we need to invest in health systems to respond for diabetes and NCD. So we hope to be able to co-create more appropriate and implementable solution by also engaging those living with diabetes in low-income countries and also in humanitarian settings. So the Global Compact that has already been announced and will be launched on the 14th of April, together with University of Toronto, will bring a range of resources leading hopefully to more innovative solutions. We will advocate with a strong voice for sufficient, appropriate and well-coordinated resources, and as was mentioned and urged to the Secretariat, to avoid duplication, but really engage with partners, both non-state actors and of course within the UN system. We are also asked to improve coordination in alignment with the transformation at all global levels and assist countries to ensure impact. The multi-stakeholder dialogues and also the accountability for all partners involved is important. So we have also got clear advice from member states to focus on the prevention side of diabetes. And now Dr. Naoko has already mentioned obesity. And one of the things we will do working on diabetes is to focus on the reduction of obesity in children and adolescents. And of course, supplement the implementation of the WHO guideline on physical activity and sedentary behavior to scale up the prevention. So we thank you and we look forward to working with the member states on this very important task. Thank you.
Thank you, Bente. And I am very pleased to pass the floor on to the DG for his closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, the DG. I will be brief because everything has been said by my colleagues. I wish to thank Sri Lanka for chairing the negotiations which led to the resolution on oral health. The resolution is a landmark which sets out the work of the Secretariat for many years to come. I wish to thank the Russian Federation too for taking the leadership and proposing the two decisions, one on the WHO Global NCD Action Plan and its global coordination mechanism, and the second one on diabetes. On 17 November 2020, as you remember, WHO announced the development of the Global Diabetes Compact. The compact will bring together in one package all WHO materials for the prevention and management of diabetes, both existing and new. On the prevention side, particular focus will be given to reducing obesity, especially among young people. On the treatment side, emphasis will be on improving access to diabetes medicines and technologies, in particular in low and middle income countries. Key to the success of the compact will be the alignment and united action across the public, private, and philanthropic sectors. The compact will be launched on 14 April 2021. I invite all member states to be part of the compact. Thank you so much again. I think Tim has some announcements and to Tim and of course to finally to Chair. Tim?
Thank you, DG. Just to note that given there were some technical difficulties during some of the non-state actor interventions, to recall that all non-state actor interventions are available on the website. So with that, I hand the floor back to His Excellency the Chair.
Thank you. As I see no more comments, I take it that the board is ready to note the reports contained in documents EB 148/7, EB 148/7 add 1, EB 148/7 add 2, and EB 148/8. I see no objections. The reports are noted. Let us now consider the three conference papers one by one. Is the board ready to adopt the draft resolution on oral health contained in document EB 148/conference/3? I see no objection. The resolution is therefore adopted. Is the board ready to adopt the draft decision on addressing diabetes as a public health problem contained in document EB 148/conference/10? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. Is the board ready to adopt the draft decision on follow-up of the political declaration of the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases contained in document EB 148/conference/11? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. Thank you. This concludes our consideration of item 6. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have come to the end of today's discussions. I thank you for your rich contributions and productive discussions. We will reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Time to resume our discussions. Have a good night and see you tomorrow morning again. Thank you.